Okay, looks like we are ready to go. And we will say it. Ready or not, here we go. Thank you everybody for joining us. I'm thrilled to see such a robust, crowded room here today. We know what an extraordinary set of issues we have to talk about. Welcome to the New York State Senate Joint Committee Legislative Public Hearing on public transportation. The Joint Committees of Transportation, which I chair, my name is Senator Tim Kennedy, and the corporations, authorities, and commissions, chaired by Senator Leroy Thomas. We are thrilled to be here in Long Island, in the district, represented by Senator Ann Kaplan, in addition to the New York State Senate and legislature. We are very excited about the conversation we are going to have today. We're going to get right to it. We're going to start by, I'm going to turn it over to Senator Leroy Thomas. We'll then hear from Senator Kaminsky and to each of the representatives from Long Island, and we're going to get the conversation started. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. A series of hearings that we'll be doing throughout the state, looking at authorities that are dealing with transit issues throughout the state. I'm honored to be here with Senator Tim Kennedy. I'm Leroy Thomas. I represent Queens, City Council from Brooklyn, and I want to just appreciate that as we move through today, the Long Island Railroad is unquestionably one of the fundamental keys to our region's economy, and that's why we're happy to be here today. The state Senate hasn't had a Long Island hearing in many years, and we're glad that the Long Island delegation requested this hearing. We've just been joined by State Senator John Lewis from Queens as well. And so we can hear from the public. I'm going to turn it right over to Senator Todd Kaminsky. I'm getting my TK. So we call them both TK at conference, but Senator Todd Kaminsky.
Thank you so much. I just want to say how special it is to have Tim Kennedy from Buffalo and Chairman Conley here. The fact that you have two committee chairs who are focused and honed in on Long Island, I think is very important, and we're grateful to have them. It's very simple. For Long Island to work, the Long Island Railroad has to work. And to have want young people who want to live here and to make this Long Island continue to be the great place it is, the Long Island Railroad has to perform at a top level. And that's what today is about. And we want New York to know that the Long Island Railroad is going to be a priority of the Senate delegation. And today we hope to get some answers, and we hope to continue to bring that accountability that we think is important. We're certainly here to have a discussion first with the railroad and some other stakeholders, so we're going to get right on to that, but we want to thank everybody.
Next, we're going to hear from Senator Ann Kaplan.
Thank you so much for everyone for coming out here today, participating in this hearing. It's important to make it easy for all people to come and interact with their government and to have their voices heard. So I'm really proud that we have been able to bring today's hearing to my district to hear concerns directly from you. And I want to say a great thank you to Senator Conley and also Senator Kennedy for coming and bringing this hearing.
I can't do it.
And I want to also thank Bill Eng, for President of Long Island Railroad, for coming. I know you have held a lot of different meetings to meet with a lot of different communities, and we all welcome again to hearing you about Long Island Railroad and what you have. Hopefully, the plans that you have to make Long Island Railroad a much more reliable and service-friendly for all our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kaplan. Let's hear from Senator John Gross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it was really good to see more people have turned out here today. There's a lot of issues to be discussed here today, from safety to cost to dependability to access from the people with disabilities to the general status of where we are with the railroad itself in terms of appreciate that Bill and the staff are here to start the show. We've got a lot of issues to cover here, and I look forward to a really informative meeting today. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Senator Monica Martinez.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you all for being here. And first of all, a big thank you to my colleagues, Senator Kennedy and Senator Connery, for coming to Long Island. And I know we have not had these things in a very long time, and I think it's nice to know that we have individuals that we can turn to that can listen to Long Island's needs, which in the past have been ignored. And I think this is a very great first start and first step to many great things. President Pence, thank you for being here. I also want to thank our National County Executive, Laura Curran, for allowing us to use this facility today, and I see our Supervisor Pence is also here. But today's hearing is to hear from you, to hear how we can improve the Long Island Railroad, how we can make it better, how we can make it more accessible, more affordable. We just had an additional fare hike, which I'm very disappointed to hear. And I think we need to really come to a consensus on how we can make the Long Island Railroad not only more efficient, but more affordable for our residents. So thank you for being here and for listening to our concerns.
Thank you, Senator Martinez. And now we will hear from Senator Kevin Thomas.
Thank you to the Chair of Transportation, Tim Kennedy, and Senator Connery for holding these hearings. Thank you to Phil Eng for being here, and thank you for all the members of labor that are here today. This is an important hearing. Elections matter. You know, before this, we never had any sort of hearings here on Long Island, and that's what we are trying to change. And we are here to listen to everyone's concerns about the LIRR before becoming a state senator. I've taken the LIRR to work, and I know frustrations and lateness that causes all the problems here. So I'm glad that we're having this conversation here today.
Thank you, Senator Thomas. Senator John Lewin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to be part of this hearing of the Transportation Committee, which I am privileged to serve on, and to join Chairperson Connery, as well my fellow colleague from Queens. I'm a New York City State Senator. Nonetheless, my district is one that has no rapid transit other than the Long Island Railroad. So look forward to hearing the great things you're going to be doing to fix our Long Island Railroad system. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Liu. I just again want to thank everyone for being here. I'm very excited about the conversation we're going to have. And we would not be here but for the 6 members of the Long Island delegation that are constantly in our ear, talking about the needs of the LIRR and the needs that we're reforming and making changes within the MTA and the long-term success of the system and the network, and the overarching need to address these issues in a comprehensive fashion, that the needs of Long Island are first and foremost. So thank you to the delegation again for getting us here. Thank you, Supervisor. I also want to recognize the incredible leadership of County Executive Curran and County Executive Malone, who have also been very outspoken on the needs of the LIRR. I'll turn it over to Senator Connery, and then we're going to get right to it.
Okay, again, I just want to thank Senator Curran, Executive Curran, and Executive Gillen for allowing us to be here in this wonderful historic room. And this is a historic meeting, and we're going to get started. I'm pleased that Philip Eng, President of the Long Island Railroad, and his representatives are here. So, President Eng, I want to turn the mic over to you so you can do your presentation. I want to thank you and your team for being here. You've been in place for about a year now, and I know that you've made some very fundamental changes to the system. I want to thank you for your outreach to us, and thank your team for being consistent and also rapid in their responses to my office and the concerns that we've raised. And I hope that that will continue to be the standard that you set while you're president. I hope that your time
Senator, and good afternoon, Senators and Assembly members and riders. It's great to be here today. My name is Phil Lane, and I am the president of Long Island Railroad. I am joined by Rod Brooks, Nicholas Calvagna, our Senior Vice President of Operations and Engineering. I'm also joined by John LIRR, MTA Chief Development Officer and President of Capital Construction. This is part of our new leadership team, committed to making difficult decisions to deliver for our customers and for our employees. We are holding ourselves accountable, and we are challenging ourselves and the organization to continuously look for new ways to better use our resources and produce meaningful results. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today as we move the railroad into the future. First, I want to start off by discussing the tragic incident that took place in West Surrey at the School Street parade crossing on Tuesday evening. I cannot say enough to acknowledge and thank all of the outstanding effort displayed by the women and men of Long Island Railroad, along with our other partners, including MTA PD and other first responders and local leaders. The tireless work by our forces under extreme conditions were monumental, enabling us to safely restore service the next morning. Power, track, signal, transportation, service planning, maintenance of equipment, corporate safety, medical examiner's office, OEM, and third-party environmentalists all banded together to make sure our forces had the right tools, the right strategy, and support, a true testament to how we are collectively making timely decisions and managing resources differently. I also want to thank all of our customers for their understanding during this challenging time. With great pride, we did record ridership last year, totaling 89.8 million riders. More and more people are using the railroad as a core part of their commute, a positive sign of the economic growth on Long Island. To meet this growing demand, we have taken a balanced approach. We focus our resources on restoring and upgrading the system to achieve a long-term state of good repair, while keeping an eye on growth for the future. It is our belief and our guiding principle that our customers deserve a robust and reliable system that gets them to where they need to go, on time and without hassle. It is essential to building a strong, sustainable economy on the island, and that's why we are accelerating our Long Island Railroad Forward initiatives and our modernization projects. Under the governor's leadership, we have an unprecedented amount of work going on in Long Island, over an $8 billion investment in the mainline expansion to Jamaica capacity improvements, Eastside access, which will increase capacity by 45%, and to the new Penn Station 33rd Street corridor. These major capital projects will improve redundancy throughout the system, to cut commute times, and add service to meet a growing ridership. And we're utilizing new delivery methods, like design-build, to get these projects done on time and on budget. I want to thank all of you for your ongoing support of the railroad, and I can assure you that it is an investment in Long Island. I arrived at the railroad a little over 10 months ago, and immediately set about challenging our team to find new solutions to problems that have plagued the railroad for decades. We knew it was incumbent upon us to change the status quo because the old way of doing business was not cutting it. Since then, we completed double track, 15 months ahead of schedule, and now we're underway with the long-needed mainline expansion, none of which could happen without our partnership with John LIRR and his capital construction team. Both projects are transformational for Long Island, adding capacity and flexibility for our system, all while reducing costs and increasing efficiency. We're improving quality of life in communities across Long Island by eliminating grade crossings, including the one in School Street in West Surrey, building new station facilities, and elevating bridges that are frequently hit by drivers that cause delays to our customers. We are demonstrating that we can be good neighbors, get projects done on time, and think outside of the box to support our riders. Our team is implementing best practices for systems around the world, testing new technologies to eliminate inefficiencies, and responding to the feedback that we get from customers and taking action. We have made significant progress in optimizing our investments and solving problems differently by extending platforms at 2 grounds and 4 by 50% to reduce crippling bill 12 times. Partnered with PSEG to replace over 100 poles so far, and to date, no utility poles are falling since. And to adjust grade crossing safety, we've installed reflectorized delineators at all 296 grade crossings, and partnered with ways to prevent drivers from taking the wrong turn onto our tracks. I am proud to say our partnership with Waze is the first of its kind in the nation. These are just a few examples of the way we are managing differently to get our customers to their destinations safely and on time. This renewed sense of urgency also extends to seasonal preparedness. During this past leaf fall season, we reduced reduced cancellations by 36%, keeping riders on the move. We increased the power washing, cut down more overhanging vegetation, and tested new technologies to be more efficient. One result of these efforts is having 0 trees from our right-of-way fall onto our tracks. Our winter storm preparations continue year-round, and with the installation of 60 snow switch covers, guardrail heaters, and over 2,500 heated threshold plates on our M7 fleet, minimizing the likelihood that snow and freezing temperatures will affect our service. And the customer experience remains a top priority for us. Last year, we began a weekly meet the manager program at our stations throughout the system, and recently completed another round of customer conversation forums throughout the island. These programs provide an opportunity for customers to engage directly with the railroad leadership staff. LIRR Care, a program we began over the summer, provides personal assistance to customers with mobility limitations to get to their destination stress-free. I'm proud to say we've accommodated over 1,000 rider requests to date, a dramatic increase from the prior program that had only 16 assists in 2017. Enhanced signage at stations throughout the system. Enhanced parking with new hires and better tools. Addressing quality of life issues in and around our stations, including homelessness. And our new ADA task force. And finally, we recently launched our new train finding tool, LIRR, which provides the exact location of trains using GPS, as well as the number of cars and estimated arrival times to better help our customers. And just as we are holding ourselves accountable, we are holding our contractors, their subs, and suppliers accountable to make sure deadlines are met. We are managing with a sense of urgency, understanding that time is money. Through improved communications, we're letting our partners know what we expect of them, and we expect them to change with us. But we know we have a lot more to do to enhance the system and regain public trust. As Long Island continues to grow, so must our system. In our upcoming capital program, we must double down on upgrading signals, tracks, platforms, and other critical assets. This includes growing our fleet for more capacity, electrifying the central branch to improve north-south connections and service flexibility, addressing the remaining 16 stations for ADA accessibility through new delivery methods, upgrading our signaling systems, and extending platforms where needed. We also have to be creative and think outside the box to fund projects that have been in pipeline for decades. We want to continue to take on the challenges, and that's why we're eliminating 7 grade crossings and elevating bridges. We're laser focused on providing our riders a system that is safe and meets their needs without confusion or delays. Part of meeting this need is stretching every dollar we can to the greatest effect, while leveraging relationships with the private sector to spur investment in the railroad. Over the past 3 months, we've encouraged businesses to invest in our Adopt a Station program, which provides for maintenance outside of the operating budget, allowing us to focus our finite resources elsewhere. We've also worked with local real estate firms to encourage housing development near stations, supporting the goal of transit-oriented development that reduces car usage and supports growth in local downtown areas. Regarding congestion pricing, new and sustainable revenue streams are necessary for our capital funding. I strongly support congestion pricing, which I view as critical to supporting the needs of the MTA capital program and a continued investment in the railroad, the MTA, and Long Island. We have set a new course, one where we challenge conventional thinking to meet our riders' expectations, where we restore and strengthen today's system while growing for tomorrow, where we make every dollar count and leverage our resources and relationships to identify new revenues. However, we also understand our work is far from complete. I've lived on Long Island my entire life, and I know the value the railroad provides. It means more jobs for our residents, more housing for those who need it, and a more attractive environment for businesses to grow. In a larger sense, it means we can retain the strong talent nourished by our great schools instead of losing our graduates to jobs elsewhere. I am a father of 4, and I want nothing more than for my kids to know that they can get a quality job on Long Island and raise their families here too. I also know what's at stake if we fail to maintain, improve, and grow our system. It means fewer businesses remaining, a loss of talent to other areas, a weaker economy, and a flagging tax base. I refuse to see this future take hold, and it is why our work is so crucial. I encourage you all to continue your fierce advocacy for the MTA and for the railroad in Albany. Take confidence in the fact that if you fight for the resources needed to take our work to the next level, we will be relentless in putting it to good use. I again thank you for your ongoing support. My team and I are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We are going to begin with a series of questions, and I'm going to open it up, but I'm going to defer to my colleagues representing the island. What I would like to do is recognize another incredible advocate for the people of Long Island and the ridership, and Senator Jim Gordon, who is joining as well. Thank you very much, Senator Gordon. If you could, Mr. President, give us an update on the status of the third track project and unannounced the completion date. The end of 2022 is on schedule, still on budget, about $2.5 billion. And then what other additional projects are needed in downtime in the next couple of years, concrete steps that will be taken to reduce the improve reliability of the pension system.
I'll talk a little bit about some of it, but I also can leave it from capital construction to heading those projects. The one thing I can say about the capital program, and I talked about a little bit in my remarks, it's important that we have a balanced program, one that focuses on the needs of the day, addressing the needs that are problematic. But these major investments, they are essential. The Long Island Railroad team is here to support those projects and allow them the proper time and averages to keep those projects on time, because we know that time is money, and if we don't deliver them on time, it hurts all our constituents. But I'll let General Leader talk about
So I'm glad you asked about third track, because third track represents, I think, how all of us, including the legislature, want projects to be done. It was a design-build project. It has a strategy for, instead of building brand new infrastructure, say new tunnels everywhere, what it's saying is we have a right-of-way right down the center of Long Island. And that's the tremendous number of the delays and some of the safety issues on Long Island are coming out of the constraints on the main line, right down the center of Long Island where we are. And we're squeezing much more service out of that line by developing a third track project, by installing a third track, by putting in more power, by addressing the issues of the dimensions, by putting in sound walls and retaining walls so the impacts on the community are diminished. And we're doing it in a way that I think is exciting for all of us who really care about doing big projects, but doing it in a way that benefits communities. We started an outreach program which has involved every one of the villages and towns along the right-of-way right from the beginning, because we said we want people to know what to expect and to participate in this. And right now we send out a quarterly report card to evaluate the contractor's performance, because the contractor has a bonus dependent on that. And so far they're getting A-quality responses from the communities, which historically had concerns about the third track project. So this is going to address delays. It's going to, together with East Side Access, it's going to give Long Island Railroad 45% more service in the future than it's had, and it's going to it's being done in a way that benefits the community and, to your original question, Senator Kennedy, on time, on budget. I've actually had feedback from my team that we are reducing consultant fees as part of that and growing the contingency because the budget is being maintained. So I can talk about this project at length, but it is one that we're very proud of, and we really thank the legislature for the support for the program that's enabled it to happen.
Just back in that also, this project was design-built, so we are utilizing the innovation from the private sector, both the contracting industry and the engineering industry, to ensure that their design meets the needs of our railroad, of the communities, and at the same time, that enables them to better to manage that project, keep it on schedule on budget as well. So it's important to note that double track, which we delivered 15 months ahead of schedule, that provided the redundancy and the ability for reverse peak in the future, was completed early, and that too was design built. So again, the railroad, MTA, were open to new delivery mechanisms that can engage others and bring expertise to us.
Thanks very much. The MTA, within the last year, has kept a plan with talks of somewhere between $60 billion and $120 billion when we add in the festival for a 5 to 10 year capital plan. Where is the LIRR working to identify improvements to propose the next capital project
moving forward is going to be one that focuses on not only providing better reliable service for our customers, but making sure that the program also takes into account the input from the community. We are looking for projects that will enhance the ability to carry the growing ridership. So one of the things I talked about in some of the previous discussions is that we're going to look for projects that also not only support local areas but support the system. One of the things that we have made a priority is the central branch electrification. The unfortunate incident that just happened Tuesday night, if we had electrification of the central branch, we would have been able to run all of our fleet, both diesel and electric, through the corridor that runs from Hicksville to Babylon. That would have enabled us to provide much better service during that type of shutdown, whether or not mainline is suspended or the South Shore is suspended. That enables us to provide better service. But it also enables us to provide a system now we could look at north-south connections and maybe change the dynamic of how the Long Island Railroad is. You know, the other part will be focusing on stations, focusing on areas that are important to local communities. Rolling stock, that is very important to us right now. Our rolling stock, every single fleet, every single car is in use. That's one of the things we've heard so much from our customers, that we need more rolling stock to be able to support the growing ridership. And those are the types of things that we're focused on, making sure that we tackle things that provide better service and provide more reliability. I want to be able to give a program that does both, because the men and women of the Long Island Railroad need the ability to have more operational flexibility, and projects like double track, mainline expansion, east side access, all things that give us options and our customers options. Things in the future such as those for Jefferson electrification, as we look at that. Things electrification of the system is important. All those types of things that give us more flexibility, as well as improving the system for our customers.
If I could just add, we need to not forget that there are those several transformational projects, east side access and third track, that still remain to be completed and do need to be funded in the next capital program, as well as all the capital programs to date. So, the governor has invested, I think, $8 billion, together with the legislature, in the last capital program, invested $8 billion in Long Island. We need to make sure that those projects get done, and we have to finish them in the next capital program as well.
Thank you. Turn over to Chairman Connors.
Thank you, Chairman Kenny. I just wanted to follow up on East Side Access. East Side Access has been happening for many years now and has run into many cost overruns. Can you tell us what you're starting to clean up that, and where are we with the timeline for East Side Access, and have we started to bring projects in, or part of the projects in on budget? Can you tell us how you've been able to do that?
Sure. I inherited East Side Access when I joined the NPA a year and a half ago. It's been going on for 20 plus years. It's no secret that it was not an ideal project, a model project in terms of its original planning and execution. Whereas we're talking about design build, which is streamlining projects so they get done faster, better, and cheaper. East Side Access was done the old way, where it was 50 separate contracts which would run into each other and cause delays and run over budget. So we've dispensed with that approach in third track and other projects we're doing. So what I did when I came in is I took a very detailed look at East Side Access and did a few things to make sure that for the first time we're doubling down on the finish date. Every other look at East Side Access has resulted in another push. It's going to be another 7 years and another 7 years. We're not doing that. We're saying the 2022 date is happening, and with the governor's support, we're doubling down. And we're getting it accomplished by a lot more attention to detail. I took it, and without getting into too much detail, I took a schedule that was about 10,000 activities and made it 45,000 activities. I cut the change order processing time. We've eliminated submittal backlog. All the things that make for running a good project. When I was in the private sector, my boss said, you have to be a good owner. You design a project, and you put it out to bid, you let the contractor do the work, you don't make changes. East Side Access was changes. We're done with that. We are getting ready to open an 8-track railroad terminal that's going to benefit Long Islanders in the center of the most job-intensive part of the United States of America. And that is going to be key to Long Island's future economic dynamism. We're going to control the dispatching, so you don't have what goes on with Penn and Amtrak controlling the dispatching at Penn. And we're going to deliver for Long Island because it's key to regional future.
And you said that East Side Access and Third Rail needs more money to be completed. Can you give us an estimate on what that cost would be?
Yeah,
will those two projects conclude concurrently?
They're almost exactly, I think, within a month of each other in terms of their projected finish date. And together they will need about $1.75 billion to be finished.
$1.75 billion.
Yes, yes.
And that is you expect to see in the next budget, because we've already been funded today.
Yes.
To complete, how much of the project will be completed by the end of this capital program?
In terms of dollar amount, in terms of work, it's probably about, East Side Access about 90%, and Third Track, which is, as you know, just started a year ago, it will be about 40%. But in terms of dollar amount, the current budget for Third Track in the current program is $2 billion, and I think it needs another. Correct. It needs another only $500 million. So my advice answer is $1.5 billion.
Yeah. I'm going to turn the questioning over to our Long Island colleagues, Senator Kennedy and I will.
There has been talk and proposals about MTA reorganization. Can you please tell us what about any reorganization would inure to the benefit of a better Long Island Railroad and a better commute for Long Island?
Certainly, Senator. A lot of the ongoing dialogue has been about taking a look at where we can be more streamlined in management. The process is involving not only looking at Long Island Railroad management internally, but looking across the sister agencies at MTA headquarters. So, for instance, things such as procurement, things such as human resources. Do we really need to have one of those offices in each agency, or can we have a way to centralize offices? Support things where they're common, they're repetitive, and where there's those opportunities, we're working to see about that. We're doing that already internally. We started an organization on Long Island River, eliminate certain positions and be more efficient. And it's important for us to make sure that we demonstrate to you and we demonstrate to our customers that we're looking to improve and be more efficient. It's shared services, things that are centralizing centers of excellence, whereby there are certain expertise that perhaps can support all railroads. There are things that are common across. That's the types of things that we're looking for, rather than having individual offices.
And I would just add that I think Long Islanders would benefit, as everybody would benefit, from having taxpayer money go into service and to capital improvements rather than to administrative jobs and bureaucratic overhead. That's the goal.
Amen. It was the position, a public position of the Long Island senators at this table that part of congestion pricing revenue should go directly to Long Island Railroad capital to help those who are being told don't take your car into the central business district and on the railroad have a better railroad. I assume that's something you would welcome.
From an MTA-wide standpoint, I think that truthfully, historically, the legislature and the governor will decide that. It's above our pay grade there. But we do believe, as Phil said, that a strong and well-funded capital program is going to benefit everybody. And we also cannot forget that so many of the folks on Long Island, when they commute to the city, and God knows there are a lot of them, use the subway. So it's a regional transportation system, and I think we all want to support all legs.
We need a sustainable funding source. It enables us to better program, enables us to better plan, and it does benefit Long Island.
We're helping you try to do that. So, Mr. Ryan, we had some pretty tough headlines this year about service performance and where it falls to the bottom of a level that we haven't seen in many years. Can you tell us I guess as briefly as you can, what happened and why Long Island railroad riders can be confident that we're not going to see a downward trend as we move forward?
So, Senator, yes, 2018, if you take a look at the whole, the number represents, as a whole, a challenging year. The first 3 months of 2018 were dramatically low, and some of that obviously due to to storms, and I talked about our storm preparation that we've done in advance. But if you look at what we've done since, and I'll use the leaf fall season. While that month we were was in the 85%, I believe it was, what we did is we managed that differently. We managed it where we sat down with our engineers and they managed it differently, whereby we did not have the same issues with flat wheels. We had actually managed delays to approximately about 10, 11 minutes, which we did consciously. And the reason we did that is because last year we saw how delays extended into January, February, 2-3 months beyond the season. This year, we immediately bounced into December. We had 93.5% on-time performance in December. January, 92.7% on-time performance in January. And then this month, we were over 94% prior to Tuesday. We ended up at 92.06. That is 3 solid months of improvement. And that's also due to what we've done on the Long Island Railroad forward, because all of those things where we've started to tackle problematic switches, we've started to tackle track circuits, and proactively snow switch covers, overgrowth in our properties. We've had 0 trees on our track. All of these things are incrementally improving service and giving ourselves, with our limited resources, better distributed into other areas. So we are seeing that the things that we're doing are improving, and we're going to continue managing in that fashion.
Well, with the time I have one question, maybe we'll time to come back, but I have a lot of colleagues who want to ask other things. One point I'd like to make, and I guess turn it into a question, is that we understand the transformative projects may be coming down the track, so to speak, but between now and the end of 2021, there's a lot of time and a lot of people who are kind of having their lives upended by the delays and cancellations, especially a lot of trains coming up car short, and people, even when the trains are working, are kind of jammed in like sardines. So I just want to make sure that despite the hard work that Mr. Lieber is doing, trying to get the mega projects going, we just have day-to-day concerns making commuters miserable, even if there's sometimes not delays and cancellations, and sometimes what's not considered a delay, still a little bit of a delay. So just want to direct you to just the daily plight of the commuter, and how we can, between now and a couple of years from now, still try to turn that around, even without the big mega project.
It's a balanced program. We are focused on taking care of the issues that are affecting our customers today. The switches I mentioned, those 10 switches that we prioritize were switches that we were not doing work on until the next capital program. We did them, they're done. They represent 44% of the delays with the switches. We've accomplished repairs, and we're seeing numbers that are decreasing. Those types of things are improving. Car maintenance, we made a conscious decision that we needed to invest and keep our entry fleet because of the issues for our customers. We know that those cars need work. We're going to invest in bringing them up to par, but while we continue to push for the new M9 fleet, which is due later this year. Those things will also improve the customer rides. And then we're going to continue to focus on the urgency that we've done with all the efforts. The tree clearing, we're going to continue. We're going to continue with enhanced traffic inspection using technology. We're going to continue addressing safety features across the system. All of these things that we've implemented to date, we're going to continue with that same sense of urgency, because we need to have that to allow us the time to deliver the capital program.
Thank you. I'll defer to my colleagues for the moment, but I just want to let you know that Senator Conway and I are working on a bill to make it a felony to cut your fingernails in the tree. Senator Kepler.
So Senator Kaminsky did ask a couple of my questions. So my next question, I guess, is, I hear from a lot of commuters in my district, including my husband, that the trains that go on Port Washington line and on the main line, they're always packed. No matter what time of the day they're going, there's never a spot for them. So I wanted to find out, when was the last time you reviewed the capacity and usage of all lines? Because I know this is not the case with all of the lines. And made changes to the balance of the service that could actually benefit the lines that are getting very much use, and there's not enough really service or place for the commuters. And also to tag on that, what is being done right now to address the current overriding on the main line and the Port Washington line?
Senator, we review ridership on a daily basis. and we issued schedules to best accommodate the ridership. I did mention that we are seeing a growing ridership, and that's why, as you say, like your husband talked about daily, it is important to us. One of our challenges is we need to build a system that allows us to enhance the schedule and the growth that we're seeing. The East Side Access, and I know that's 2022, but that's important for us to be able to have more flexibility. The other component is that with that flexibility, we need to focus on the rolling stock. Right now, our rolling stock, every single car that we have is in use. The challenges that we have is, for instance, the incident last week, 20 cars are no longer available to us right now. That further makes a challenge. That's why we're focused on our vendors and our contractors. We're going to hold them accountable. The next line of procurement for a fleet, we're not going to tell them how long it's going to take them to deliver to us. We're going to make schedule part of their bidding process. We're going to challenge them to use their knowledge on building fleet and deliver vehicles faster for us. We can't do it the same way. But we are always manipulating cars, this length of transits, in order to best provide that capacity that we need. It is a growing ridership. That's why support, and we appreciate the support for our program, is critical, because we need to grow the system with the ridership.
My next question is, ongoing service issues with Long Island Railroad and our mass transit infrastructure impacts so many people in Long Island. And we can't be surprised that they become very cynical and they don't think that the service is getting better. We've spoken about this a number of times, you and I, at different settings, and about all the initiatives that you're performing with respect to joint welding, switch upgrades and replacements, in addition to new fleets of cars. Can you please give us an update as to the timeline for when we will have completed these efforts and when the new cars will begin to enter service?
So with regards to the Long Island Railroad Forward initiatives, while we have set up the type of work that we're doing, I stress that the staff and others that it's not just accomplishing that task and saying we're done. Long Island Railroad Forward is about doing this with a sense of urgency, fixing problems that have plagued the railroad, fixing them today, and not saying that we can't find a way to fix them. So that's what we're doing with regards to those types of things. Those, as I mentioned, those things that we did last year were not planned to be done until the future. The plan for overgrown vegetation is going to be 90 miles a year for the next few years. We did 220 miles last year, and that's why we can say that no trees on our right-of-way fell during some of the severe windstorms that we've had. Those are important to us. With regards to rolling stock, we are expecting a new fleet this year. The M9s are in testing mode right now, and they will be coming on. They will greatly help improve the system as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kaplan. Next, we're going to hear from Senator Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The MTA system as a whole has been very criticized in terms of its access to people with disabilities. These people have a very difficult time with their travel. We've had a number of meetings, and you and I have discussed a number of times the various problems we've had. I wonder if you can give us an update on where you are making accessibility to the system much better than it is today for these folks.
So, Senator, I mentioned in my remarks about Long Island Railroad Care. That was a program prior to this new leadership team. It was called LIRR program. 16 assists is now a program. To date, we have nearly 1,100 assists. And we did that by bringing on additional ambassadors, and we put them at key locations. We put them in Penn Station, Jamaica, Atlantic Terminal. And we made it visible. We made it where people know they can go for assistance. And then we expanded the hours of the program, the Long Island Railroad Care. We changed the phone number so it's easy to be remembered. So that's part of it. The ADA stations, we have 108 stations out of 124 that are ADA accessible, so we're proud of that, but we know we need to do more. Last year, we did Wantor, we did Main Street Flushing. This year, I believe Floral Park will be done, and we have a few others that are in the schedule as well. But what we're going to do in the next program take advantage again of the private sector innovation. I want to challenge the private sector using design builds and say, here's what we have available, here's the stations that we have left. We want you to tell us how you can deliver ADA accessibility. And we're not going to tell you how to do it. We want you to tell us, and we want how many they can do. All of them will be weighted. If they can complete them all, then that's going to be weighted higher. And we will also challenge them to bid their schedule, because getting it done sooner is important to us. So we're focused on it. We're working with our the groups that are very important. We've created an ADA task force. It's very important to us. It's a priority of mine, and I know it's important to our customers.
Okay, thank you. I do want to take a moment just to compliment you and the railroad staff on how you handled the tragic events in Westbury and how relatively quickly you restored the services. You know, that's the kind of thing you really can't pre-plan, and I think you've got things up and running in a very good time, so I compliment you all on that.
And that's saying enough for the men and women that work through tremendous challenges around the clock. All the credit goes to them, but thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Brooks. Next, Senator Martinez.
Again, thank you for being here. I have a couple of questions. My first one is regarding safety concerns and what is going on where we're doing to decrease the number of deaths at crossing stations, especially those that don't have any crossovers or anything, particularly in the Brentwood and Owen area.
So, grade crossing safety is the top priority of ours. Mainline expansion project actually will eliminate 7 grade crossings along the business corridor along our railroad. We have Covert, we have South 12, New Park Road, Main Street, Willis Avenue, Urban, and School Street. And 5 of those will have the roads be compressed underneath, 2 of them will be closed. The key thing is that is providing safety at those grade crossings that not only have traffic congestion in the communities, but also have issues with regards to any time a gate is hit or causes delays to our customers. That is the extreme measure of elimination. But we're also working very hard and closely with local law enforcement and MTAPD wherever we see issues with regards to misuse of grade crossings, whether it's pedestrian or vehicular use. We target those areas. We have a practice program. We go and we enforce and we teach and we talk to people about grade crossing safety. 296 grade crossings across the island. I mentioned earlier in my remarks. We installed reflective delineators. We installed line striping to delineate the road, and we worked with ways. And I mentioned how that program took a growing number of cars turning on the tracks down to 0. Since May of last year, when we started that program, we've had 0 cars turning on the tracks. That's an impressive number from 29 to 0. We're going to continue to focus on looking at other opportunities. There's some grant money with regards to use of cameras, and we welcome any support with any legislation that gives us the ability to use other technologies that can deter people from making unsafe decisions at grade crossings.
Okay, just in case, I'm sure you are familiar with the Brentwood station, it is one of the busiest stations. It is not on the line. It's also on Brentwood Road, one of the busiest streets in the county, actually, along Suffolk Avenue. And we see a lot of pedestrian hits there. You have the bus station, which is also a hub there. So it's a very transient area, and we have seen multiple deaths, especially we have a lot of those that don't use public transportation, they're walkers. So I think this is something that needs to be looked at. It is a very congested area. Same thing with Concomac. I was just out there today, and even though improvements are being made, and we know that Concomac Hub is on its way, but these are 2 areas that have definitely been impacted in the Suffolk area with high, pedestrian casualties. So if we can look into seeing what we can do at least to alleviate more of those deaths, that'd be great.
Absolutely, Senator. I know upon completion of the double track, we enhanced the presence of our safety staff and MPAPD, and I will certainly work with corporate safety and MPAPD looking at other measures.
Thank you. My next question, I know you have some capital projects going down, but what projects do you currently have to restore stations across the Long Island, specifically Massac Beach? Massac Beach train station is in deplorable conditions, and just trying to see if that has any timeline of when it's going to be even looked at or addressed and taken care of.
So one of the priorities that we had is understanding how important stations are to not only Long Island Railroad, but the communities. We take very sincere pride in terms of wanting that community to be proud of their station. And we've worked very closely with our station manager with regards to changing the way we clean and the frequency of cleaning. So we're going to focus on that. With regards to station improvements, we are very committed to enhanced stations. We completed a significant number of station enhancements with General Leader's leadership at Capital Construction. We have more station enhancements planned in the upcoming program.
I'm going to just add, you know this, in addition to that amazing station that we were able to install at Wyandanch, which has become the centerpiece of that tremendous walkable development of Wyandanch as the center of that town. We're doing Brentwood and Deer Park, and we've done it in a way that, obviously adds a lot of customer amenities and makes it a more attractive place for people who use it regularly. But one of the things we're proud about is that we're installing park that has input from the community, from Long Island artists, and it's meant to speak to some of Long Island's history and culture. Maybe, it's not that everybody focuses on. Obviously, everyday service has to take priority, but we need to rebuild these historic stations and serve the community in a way that's consistent with history and culture.
Yes, I know Brown has the original station still there, so it's nice to see.
And there were actually, under the government, this is an initiative of the government, 39 separate Long Island stations are being redone under an LIRR-wide station initiative, and there's more coming in the next program.
I would love to see Massac Beach on that list, please.
Got it.
I guess my third question at this point, at least I'm sure with others, that we get the complaints regarding service interruption. And when the riders get to the station, there's been no heads up that there's service interruption. And I know that you've implemented programs such as Meet the Manager and so forth. Is there anything that Long Island Railroad is doing to give a heads up before people get to the station instead of waiting for long periods of time on a cold platform?
Absolutely. In fact, communication has been something that we focus on. We continuously trying to improve. A couple of things that we've done since we started in the last 10 months. By installing GPS on our fleet, we've changed the platform signage to no longer just say on time or delayed. It now says how many minutes till the train is arriving. We've used that GPS to also develop a new mobile device web-based app, mylirr.org. And if you look at that mobile website, you can actually see which train you're looking for. You can see the size of the train, the number of cars, and you can see where it is in the system, and you can visually watch the train as it's approaching through the system. That web-based device also shows planned work, and it shows incidents in real time. The other thing that we've done with regards to our email alerts and our text alerts, which all of our customers get, is we've changed the way we message when incidents are occurring in the system. Prior, we would not alert our customers until the train was actually delayed. We now alert them when there is an issue in the system, even if it is not delaying them, because we want them to know as your train approaches that location, it may delay that trip. So we are proactively, aggressively improving communications, email alerts, text alerts, this new MyLIRR tool, as well as messaging on platforms, messaging in stations, and messaging in cars. It's been a multi-pronged approach, and we're going to continue taking feedback from our customers and trying to enhance that further.
And that was, I guess, my follow-up question in terms of what campaign measures have you taken in order for people to know that this program exists? Until I take the train here and there, I was unaware of Long Island Railroad Care, and so how are you getting the message out to individuals?
Well, we have installed station messaging. We have the email alerts. But you're absolutely right, Senator. There are other areas where we can be more aggressive, and that's what we will be. In fact, I was talking with a customer the other day about the train tool, the train finding tool. They told me it's a game changer for specific words, and we need to do a better job of making sure our customers know about these types of tools. So that's what we're doing. We're going to be more aggressive with LIRR care, and as successful as it is, we think it could be even more.
So one thing I would add is that we have a system, an MTA system-wide deal with the outfront media for putting up digital signage in all of our stations and all of our cars. So you'll start to see the capacity for us to do dynamic messaging to our passengers about all kinds of information, service information, program information like Phil described. It's going to take a couple of years, and you need to outfit all the cars with it as well as the stations. But you're talking about 53,000 new screens, which we will have the ability to message and to program over time. A lot of them are advertising screens, but even those advertising screens, we get 20% of the time. That'll be a new tool for reaching customers.
And if I may suggest that you have us too, that if you have anything on digital PDF that we can also distribute to our constituencies, I would be glad to do that. We all have our social media that people follow us, and I think a lot of them are commuters. And even when I advertised this hearing, people were upset because at 3 o'clock, and I totally get it, people are still working at this time. But there are a lot of concerns, and I think if we could be a tool for you to get information out and help our riders, I think that's also very important. And I have one more.
We're going to come back.
Okay.
We will have the next round. Next, thank you very much, Senator Martinez. Next, Senator Kevin Thomas.
Thank you again. I want to talk about the fare hikes. This week, the cost of a monthly LIRR pass increased. I'm personally upset by this because I was one of those individuals that used to buy them before running for election, and I represent a lot of the working poor and middle class individuals in my district. Given all the service delays and other issues with the LIRR, was this fair to Long Island?
Senator, the fare hike was below the rate of inflation, but the important part about the fare hike is that it's important revenue to MTA Long Island Railroad. We are investing the money we have, and we are making it towards the improvements of service. I did talk about how our recent months have improved, and that's a testament to what we've done in the last 10 months. Without this revenue, all the improvements we make would be lost, and it takes so long to recoup those cuts. If we have to cut services, if we have to cut the maintenance program, it all has a dramatic effect, and trying to dig out of that hole is going to take much longer than it takes to fall into that. So our goal is, and we've been doing it, is to improve service, improve reliability, make sure whatever funds we have, we put the best use, and we demonstrate to you and our customers how we are doing better, and how we are being more cost effective. Because what we need is, as I said in my remarks, we want to bring public trust, so you want to invest in Long Island Railroad and you invest in the island itself.
In the last 5 years, how many times has fares increased?
It's right, it's every 2 years.
This was established as the legislature in I think it was 2010, said, look, obviously MTA, like everything else, has costs. 62% of our budget is labor related. We have to pay the people so that we can run the trains, and so that we can maintain, and so on and so on. And the legislature in 2010 decided that regular small fare hikes that were in the range of inflation, actually ours have been lower than inflation, were appropriate rather than waiting, and then people get a mega fare hike all at once. So that was a decision that was taken some years ago. The MTA is facing a serious financial crisis. This is not widely understood. We're looking at a $500 million deficit next year, operating budget deficit, which 2 years after it rises to close to $1 billion. And so we all have to together find a way to address that. The fare increases that were enacted by the board earlier this week were not solving the entire financial problem. The MTA itself has identified over the last year or so, $2 billion of recurring savings. That's every year. Savings is $2 billion a year to its operating budget. Even with that, those obligations to pay payroll and benefits and retirement and so on. So we are stepping up to try to cut costs, but we altogether need to find a way to fund this institution, which is so important to all of us.
I want to talk about broken tracks. Would it be fair to say that's one of the major reasons why service is interrupted?
The track program is an area where we focus on. We have increased our testing of tracks. We've increased the knowledge of tracks, 30 testing, instructed way of identifying track defects before they become problems. And we actually see federal response with that. And Chris Calvagna, Senior VP of Engineering, will talk a little bit about that as well. Our next capital program, we propose to double the amount of investment into the tracks because we also know that's an area that is critical to us. So it's going to be one where we are more proactive with regards to inspection, but also understanding that we need to be more aggressive with regards to track replacement and keep that program moving forward.
In 2018, how many broken track situations have you had?
I can get into that figure, Senator, on that one.
Do you know whether it's increased since 2017?
It fluctuates. It fluctuates maybe within 20%. Thank you, Senator Thomas. Next, we're going to hear from Senator Jim Long. Senator.
Just going to stretch over a little. That's okay. Sorry, John.
Okay.
Thank you very much, President Ng, and all of you for coming to address these important issues that we have before us. We've heard a lot about more revenues, just raising the heights, hiking the fares, which of course, we're all not very happy with, and now we're addressing in this budget, looking for new sources of revenue as well, particularly, mostly for capital. So, we touched a little bit on a broad overview of management, consultants, where we can find some cost savings. And I know that's important, but could you tell me what has been going on and what the process has been under your leadership as it relates to reviewing management positions and seeing where there could be some streamlining? In particular, before I took this job, I was the chairman of the Suffolk County Water Authority. And one of the policies we had was that whenever any management person retired, we thoroughly analyzed that position to see whether or not it was really necessary, or perhaps that person could do that job part-time and can do something else. Do you have any process like that that you currently follow?
Actually, since I've gotten here, whenever we have a vacancy in the management positions, we have not filled every single one of them. We are going to review them, and in cases where we're not fulfilled at this time, our other managers have stepped up and taken on additional roles. And what we're also doing is now, we've appointed the person in charge of organizational effectiveness, and that person will now work across all of our groups, followed by the leadership of Chairman LIRR, and the other agencies. We are looking at how we can be more cost-effective across the agency. I've eliminated several positions in the management area. We're continuing to see how we can be more streamlined. We currently have a freeze with regards to hiring, and we're working again, as I said, both internally and externally with our sister agencies to identify where we don't fill positions that become vacant, and where we look to consolidate and share services.
Yeah, do you know how many positions you have kept vacant and how much money is saved as a result?
I can get that for you, Senator.
Well, I can tell you this, is that my organization is lost.
Now, you're also coming to us looking for significant funding for capital programs in the past that involve a lot of consultants, and I also use consultants to lead to some operational needs. What is the process you use in determining whether some needs to bring in a consultant rather than using in-house management?
Senator, with regards to the use of consultants, they're an extension of Long Island Railroad. Where we do not have the expertise is where we reach out to consultants. One of the things that I've been doing since I've been here at Long Island Railroad and I did my prior role at State DOT is sitting down with the consultants right up front and talking about expectations. Talking about that we are, the important part about this is keeping projects on schedule, on budget, and talking openly with us. If there are issues, we need to solve them together. We don't want to be surprised. We want to know them early enough in a project that we can react and address them. It's those areas where we need to be more efficient, and they need to be more efficient with us. I talked a little bit in my testimony about needing to make sure our industry partners also change with us. No longer can they have bloated management as well. And if there are certain folks that are not part of the critical staffing, then they will not be billable. And that's the type of accountability that we're applying to them. And it's also that they need to make sure that they understand time is money. And the more we can save actually provides more opportunity for them in the future. So it really is a win-win that we are working hard to hold them accountable, and they are changing their processes too.
Give me some examples of where you don't have particular expertise, and is there any thought to perhaps, based on the consulting contracts you've let out in the past, maybe bringing in new employees as opposed to bringing in consultants?
Well, I'll ask Chris Albani to talk a little bit about, I can tell the signal consultant that you have.
It's a little bit less about expertise, because we do have internal expertise. It's capacity. It's capacity to handle all the projects and all the designs that are required. We simply don't have the capacity to do that. So we need consultants to do those designs. And we will perform reviews and checks to make sure it's meeting our standards, and that it gets expedited as quickly as possible.
And Senator, you talked about the comparison to hiring. There are times where you need a certain expertise for a duration. If we were to hire, and that cost stays with us in perpetuity. So those types of things we need to make sure that we're balancing them. Right? We can always say that we need to hire for a position, and that would be great, but where we don't have that luxury, it's important that we use the outside type of expertise.
That's important. Do you have a process or a policy in terms of just getting information from rank and file employees? Sometimes I find with large governmental organizations, you get some of the best ideas from the people that are just working just based on the railroad every day.
So Senator, I know myself, I constantly walk around the agency and I'm constantly talking to employees. I'm talking to employees on the trains, I talk to employees in the stations, I talk to employees in the yards. I myself, as senior management, have been going to our facilities, to our yard facilities, and we're engaging with employees at every level. I recently visited a substation in Long Island City, and I wanted to not only learn some of the importance of their role there and better understand the challenges they have, but it was important for them to know that management is looking to find better ways to give them the resources. I say this often, I cannot ask them to do more unless I understand the challenges they have, and I need to be accountable to give them those tools, and that's why that dialogue with our employees is equally as important as the dialogue that we're having with.
But would you consider maybe more of a formal process, people to submit?
Absolutely. There's any time that we're constantly engaged with them. We can always do better with our senators, but the dialogue is there.
And please thank, the rank and file committee for what they did during this most recent tragedy.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Doran. Next up is Senator Liu. And just for the record, each senator is given 5 minutes to ask questions. We have a timer right in front of the table here, a timer Senator Martinez mentioned to me she did not see. So abruptly interrupted her before, that was the reason. So we will be coming back to round two. Senator Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, gentlemen. Actually, perhaps one day soon, maybe the management of the Long Island Railroad will be such that we can say good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In any event, as I indicated earlier, the area that I represent doesn't have any rapid transit except for the Long Island Railroad. So many of my constituents rely on LIRRs. So I myself ride the Port Washington line regularly. The main line also serves much of the southern part of the district. And Phil, you had mentioned that you certainly support congestion pricing. It's a topic that we are talking about in the Senate almost on a daily basis. I think we'll be spending a lot of our weekend talking about it as well. It's a very difficult thing for us to do, to go back to our constituents, to inform them that they may be paying more, especially if they have to rely on their automobiles to get into the city on any kind of continuous basis. But what can we tell them in terms of what they're going to get? There's been so much made about how many travel the subway system has. And we know that other parts of the rapid transit system, specifically the Long Island Railroad, also has its share of problems. So congestion pricing can't only be to fix the subway. You need some of that money to fix the Long Island Railroad as well. You were asked that earlier, I believe, by Senator Kaminsky about how much of that capital, the proceeds of the capital plan would go to the Long Island Railroad. Is there any more information you can tell us? Like, for example, General, you mentioned that the third track is a $2 billion price tag, $1 billion of which has been funded, if I heard you correctly.
No, if I said that, so $2 billion of it is funded in the current program, and $500 million remains for the next.
Okay. All right. So we still need another $500 million.
Yes.
Is there any way to ensure that that's going to be that's going to be among the first cut? Because you can't finish the third track without that remaining $500 million.
I think I said it before, I look to you and to the executive branch to make decisions about allocations and how we're going to use the money that you determine is appropriate to go to the next capital program. We're here to make sure that we execute it effectively. I don't think that's our decision to make.
So you're asking us to stipulate that?
We're asking you and the governor to do what you always do, which is to work it out when bills come to you. And honestly, what we're excited about is that Long Island has been a priority, and clearly we're talking about service, and they're still making tremendous progress. But we are, there has been a commitment to investment in Long Island system by this governor that is unprecedented. You're talking about the transformational third track project, the double track project, the East Side Access project, which is the largest infrastructure project in the United States. We've got to get them finished. And together they have represented $8 billion of the last capital program out of a total of just over 30. So it's a significant investment, and we understand that you want to continue that.
But to be clear, the executive, meaning the governor, put out this congestion pricing plan to raise $15 billion of capital funds. Hasn't said anything about where to focus those funds on or what to prioritize. I know I'm gratified that we have these very aggressive Long Island senators who are talking about improving the Long Island Railroad, and my constituents are actually going to be benefiting from that. So, to be clear, the executive hasn't actually said anything about allocating any of those funds to the Long Island Railroad, but certainly the senators can.
Congestion pricing will provide funds for Long Island Railroad. And congestion pricing will provide benefits as a result of those funds for not only our riders, but by reducing congestion in the Manhattan grid. People that do choose to drive into Manhattan should see a better commute. Other areas where have implemented congestion pricing, you do see a trend where less people drive in. So those that have to drive in will see benefits as well. And the majority of our riders, Long Islanders, use mass transit to get into the city. And again, the other ones that just choose to drive will get a benefit because they will be less travel.
Bill, by the way, you just kind of contradicted Dan. You said that there is no designation of how much, if any, of congestion pricing proceeds would be used for the Long Island Railroad. You just said some of that funding will be used for.
I don't think General. I think General said is there's no definitive figure. We will get our fair share because to date, Long Island Railroad has been supported. The $8 billion program is ongoing, and it shows a commitment to support our needs. and we have every reason to believe that our needs in the future will be supported. I know the other agencies.
Well, they're going to be supported because you've got these senators who are calling for
And I
it, demanding it,
I do appreciate
not the executive.
Well, listen, I don't want to debate with a senator who debates for a living. But clearly, the governor's commitment, as represented in the last capital program, these huge projects that were initiated and pushed through by him, including third track, give credibility to his commitment to Long Island. I'm sure that the executive and the legislature will work out a very fulsome program for Long Island.
General, you mentioned that, the MTA budget, the operating budget, was just over $16 billion last year. It's said to be closer to $17 billion this year. You said that you have found $2 billion of recurring expense savings. What categories would that be? $2 billion.
Well, a lot of it is personnel savings, because as I said, the 62% of our budget is personnel, and being extremely aggressive about personnel savings. I would, if you'll afford me the privilege, what I'd like to do is to give you the details of that. Honestly, that's the leadership of the CFO and our financial team mostly. But that has been, we have been trying for quite some time to try to reduce the administrative overhead at the MTA, and everybody agrees it's got to be done. I just wanted you to have, and I'll share with the committee, with all the senators, the confidence that aggressive action has been taken, and there's more coming. As I said, right now we're in a hiring freeze, and we've eliminated all vacancies, and there's a ton more going on.
All right, but just focus on the $2 billion. You're suggesting that the operating budget would have been closer to $19 billion if not for those $2 billion of recurring annual savings.
Yeah, I think that's a fair, you're an accountant, so I would never argue with you.
I'm not an accountant. I'm an actuary.
I apologize. You're a financial professional and the ex-controller of the city of New York. I would never argue with you on the math.
But it's interesting to see if in fact there were $2 billion of recurring savings now.
Let us share with you where they were, and then we can have further dialogue about how to continue the momentum. Because that is part of the reason one of your colleagues asked earlier about the idea of reforming the MTA and merging some of these overhead type functions throughout the agency. It goes to the continuation of that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Liu. Round two, Senator Documenty.
Just one last question and point. I think many riders are frustrated and worried about their safety when it comes to Penn Station. The track capacity, I think, is the platform capacity for the tracks, I think, is what it was from 1911. It's very hard to find points of egress. I think it's been calculated that during rush hour, the speed of one walking down the hallway is shuffling at 2 miles an hour, some scary thing, and of course you have different agencies all crammed in the same building. We go on and on about issues, and of course I understand the Moynihan has capacity on 8th Avenue, but I wonder what your plans are working with Amtrak, working with the executive to create a totally different Penn Station, one that is safe, one that passengers right now sometimes are getting off trains where there's about 2 feet of space between the tracks and a wooden board being put up to separate construction with another track. And people are petrified, and I think, God forbid, something should happen that will cause a stampede. We all have a problem. So I think it's just a critical issue that needs to be addressed among many different government agencies, of which you're one.
So number one, the Moynihan project, which everybody knows, the old post office across 8th Avenue from current Penn Station, that's being turned into a new train terminal. And there are 40 new escalators and stairways that are going to enable folks to get on and off the platform. So it is one step, but an important one to try to reduce the crowding that exists in Penn. It's no secret to you that Amtrak controls the tracks and the platform level, and we've had to work with them to preserve, safety and functionality through the construction of Moynihan Station. It's been a challenge. But I think that we're out of the woods in terms of the conditions of the boarding up and the interferences on the platform. We have to work with Amtrak, I'm thinking about, as we continue to grow capacity and service, how to make sure that we're spreading the loads of people more effectively. But, as you know, literally the past week, I got the MTA board approved our plan and the governor's plan to widen the corridor in the Long Island Railroad Concourse at Penn Station. We're going to make it 20 feet wider. We're going to push back the retail storefront so that people can move more easily. We're going to make improvements as well to the concourses that come off of the main corridor. And part of this plan, and the earliest implementation of this plan, is to bring a new direct entrance from 7th Avenue, right in the bed of 33rd Street, which is the heaviest location, right down into the concourse. So we hope it's going to make it safer and easier for people to move around.
So the street where the food concourse is now, that's kind of roped off pedestrians, there will be a way to get straight down into the Penn Station.
Yeah, and we've worked with Vornado, who are the private real estate owner who set up that streetscape with the community board's approval. We're going to turn that area into a public plaza with, most important, a bank of 3 escalators and a stairway to go right down into the concourse. I hope it'll make people commute faster and safer.
Well, that's incredibly important and newsworthy, and as a Senate delegation and along with the two chairs, we'd love to work with you to help do whatever we can to promote transparency and safety.
Let me just say about that. We had $170 million in the MTA capital program for that work. The state of New York, at the governor's instigation, has put in the remainder, an additional $400 million. So that is a commitment to Long Island, and precedent comes direct from the state.
Okay. Thank you. And just one last point to these particular witnesses, because this is the last thing I can say, is that we are not hoping that this is just a show to put on for the day. We take your commitment seriously. We take you at your word that this plan is going to be your way to turn things around. And we hope periodically to have this at a time when it's right to evaluate how things are, so you know that how important this is to our constituents and how badly we want this turn around and how much that we're going to hold you all accountable to do this, and we appreciate your participation.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Kaminsky. Senator Martinez.
Just one last question, since I didn't realize I only had 5 minutes. This is it has to do with the cars that are idle and just sitting there while, I guess, either waiting to move in or just stationed. There's one in the Brookhaven Yaphank, and I believe the other one is somewhere in Queens. The concerns that my constituents have raised, pretty much the noise and the pollution. The yard pretty much borders homes on either side, and is there something that you're looking to do to mitigate those issues? The last thing we want either is a public health issue and or a public safety issue.
Senator, we have been working closely with many areas where idling locomotives is brought to our attention. Where we can operationally relocate them, we have, and where we don't have the ability to do that, we have the ability to take a look at opportunities where we can shut them off, but we need to have the opportunity to be able to safely restart them. So it depends on the time of day, and so those are the things where my staff and myself are more than happy to come out and meet with you and your constituents and make sure we hear firsthand from them, and then we'll sit down with other staff and say, how can we tackle this? And so look forward to that.
Thank you very much. Next, Senator Kaplan.
Just recently, news they did a story about the new signaling system that Long Island Railroad has begun transitioning over to. And in the article, it said that the head of the Long Island Railroad Train Operations Union said the new system makes it difficult for locomotive engineers to provide a smooth train run for passengers because they have less ability to anticipate the track conditions ahead and gently and gradually slow down the train. Can you respond to the assertion that the new signals are resulting in the worst train quality, ride quality?
Well, I'll touch a little bit on the use of those signals. The Long Island Railroad has implemented those signals because they are more reliable and have less components to fail. They're not safe. They are safe. They're not unsafe. And The engineers, it's a matter of becoming accustomed to them. Sixth grade ski metronauts use them, other railroads use them. They actually have less components to fail. They do provide a more reliable view for our customers. And then I don't know if Rob wants to talk a little bit with regards to the concern raised by the engineers.
Yeah, so my comment would be that the implementation of this is worked on jointly with the Transportation Department of the CPO Center, back into the right. And I'm also a locomotive engineer. And I can say that the majority of the system, without getting too technical, doesn't have actual signals in the field, but the engineer relies on the cab signal to tell him the conditions up ahead. So this is just, like Phil had said, it's a newer technology here, but it is commonly used throughout the railroad. You know, it will take some getting used to by the craft itself.
So basically, an adjustment period, is that what it is?
There'll be an adjustment period, and, you know, there's a feedback opportunity, and, you know, I'm confident that as people get used to, you know, again, it's a little bit different than what they're used to, but that type of operation, where you don't rely on physical signals in the field, is prevalent for almost every railroad.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kaplan. Senator Gorham.
Just to follow up on what Senator Kaplan was just discussing. Newsday recently reported that there's a major problem with the contractor and the recall of the 4,000 installed scanner antennas as part of that system. Are you, and it's also been discussed that you may not meet the deadline because of this problem. What's being done to correct this? And because we think there needs to be a concern that this involves federal money and we don't want to lose any of that money.
Are we talking about the positive thing?
Yeah, positive thing.
So the antenna scanners that you're referring to that were produced by Siemens, Siemens has provided these units, and they've recently identified a calibration issue. The physical equipment is okay, but the calibration equipment that they used to calibrate the antennas was not calibrated properly. The process that we're going to utilize is along our railroad and Metro North too, but we're going to do exchanges. So we have some units of spares that are going to be sent to them. They went to RMA, and we call RMA. They want to repair them, recalibrate them, send them back to us. We're going to install them, swap them out, and give them the next several units to repair and go through that process. We currently do not utilize them except for the vehicles that we have used in RSP on the Washington line. So the schedule we have now, we're okay with. We're confident that we'll be okay. If they slip or slip further, there may be some issues. But the exchange program we have moving the schedule, but our working schedule we do have now.
Senator, we have aggressively have Long Island Railroad staff constantly in the Pittsburgh office monitoring the activities. We've been meeting with the system integrator providing Siemens, and they know that we're holding them accountable. And the other part is that they have brought on additional quality assurance folks, and they've brought on additional software designers. We have revenue service demonstration in the Fort Washington branch, and our schedule right now, we are aggressively going to target feeding the extension that federal railroad has given us.
And when you say you're going to hold them accountable, can I assume that that means you're going to ask for money for all the additional costs and time for management employees and trying to fix this?
Yes, in fact, it's a lump sum agreement. They're not getting paid extra for the time it's taken. It's in their best interest to finish as well, and they know that any extra cost that we are incurring is going to be borne by them. So and they also know that they do not deliver. This is their reputation, and the future work with MTA, Long Island Railroad, is in jeopardy.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Senator Gorham. Senator Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple of relatively small items here. If you want to take, first of all, the Long Island Railroad already does not prohibit people taking, does does prohibit people taking their bikes on trains during certain hours, specifically rush hours. During the other times, though, people are allowed to take their bikes on the trains. They have to pay this supposedly one-time $5 fee. And of course, nobody ever remembers to bring that little slip of paper that they're supposed to bring to prove that they paid their $5. So everybody winds up paying another $5 just to get their bikes on the train. Is there any need to continue that what some people might call an annoyance fee?
Senator, we currently looked into various fees, including this fee. Often we get requests, there's times where people request refunds of that first. We're starting to look at it with the new use of the new fare payment system that is being developed by MTA. There's opportunity to look at how any fees that are charged, whether it's this or others, can be displayed right on their mobile device, and then hence they won't forget it. I don't think anyone leaves their home without their mobile device these days. So there's technology ways to do it, but certainly to look at individual fees.
Sure, and no, I'm not suggesting you spend a whole lot of time looking into it, just get rid of it. The other question is that we have a long railroad station in Flushing, and the vending machines are very useful. They are multilingual machines. My only suggestion is that maybe we look at the languages that the machines are using. I think right now it's English, Spanish, German, and Portuguese. In downtown Flushing, we might need some other time. Meet that.
Senator Chairman, Leroy County.
I just want to acknowledge we've been joined by Assemblymember Chuck Levine in the back. Thank you for coming, Assemblymember. And just want to acknowledge the local group that's from my district, the Federated Block of Larlington, the young people that are in the orange shirts, the staff of the local group. They're a very active civic group in my area, so I better mention them one more time before I leave. I have to just ask one question, or actually two questions. The new Metro One, or whatever they're calling it, the new payment system, will that impact the Long Island Railroad? And will you be adopting that system as well?
Yes, Omni is the new fare payment system that's being developed. It's going to be rolled out this year, first in New York City Transit system, but the Long Island Railroad, Commuter Road, and as well as Metro North are part of that. What it is, it's going to be a tap and go device that's being designed, so your mobile device will be your form of payment, or you can have a tap and go with a credit card. It'll allow customers, our Long Island Railroad customers, to have one account with the MTA. So for instance, if you use more than just Long Island Railroad, if you use New York City Transit, you'll be able to have a single account. You won't have to use multiple accounts. And again, it's meant to provide more convenience for our customers and better enable them to travel through the system. So we are part of that.
Right, and as the Federated Block of Larlington are here, and as you know, they're looking for an elevator replacement to the Larlington station. Can you give us a list of your next sites that you plan on installing elevators within the Long Island Railroad system?
I've spoken with them, and so, well, as I mentioned earlier, ADA is a priority, and as I said, what we're going to do is challenge industry to try and accomplish all 16, and we're going to ask them to come back to us and show us if this is the available funding, what can you do? With regard to priorities, I want to sit down with the communities, with yourself, and other than Senator Brooks. It has several stations that are interested, but we have 16 remaining. Our goal is to try and find innovative ways to make them all ADA accessible.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Senator Kevin Thomas.
Given the tragedy that took place a couple of days ago at the railway crossings, I've introduced legislation to put something similar to red light cameras at the crossings. Do you believe that would be helpful?
Senator, we have the support of proposed legislation similar to that. Anything that gives us the ability to use different technologies to deter that type of action is welcomed by the Long Island Railroad. It's important that we consider to try different technologies, and if that is an opportunity mechanism to do that, we certainly look forward to it.
How many railroad crossings are there?
296.
And you believe we need to put a red light camera at every single one of those crossings?
Well, if the opportunity allows, we would certainly look to do as many as possible. It depends on the way the legislation is written. I've talked about opportunities where other red light cameras, there's programs where you can have the private sector fund that type of work, and then share the revenue. But the key thing about it is about deterring people's behavior. That's the thing, it's about safety, because we know how unfortunate the occurrence of Tuesday night, and I've spoken to many people that when I got to the scene, it was one where I did not believe that it was not more serious to go out to our employees or customers. It was tragic, I know, for the people in the vehicle, but we need to find ways to deter. Great crossing safety is a part of ours, and aside from the elimination of the 701 main line and the efforts we've done on Great Crossing today, I welcome anything more that we could do.
Do you believe the MTA police should have more of a role in handling any of this?
MTA police does play a role, and they work very closely with us wherever we see Great Crossing violations increasing or issues. They participate with us, what we call tracks program. Our safety corporate communication folks are out there, and we engage the community and we enforce the rules. And they are constantly going through the system and tackling different stations, station by station. So certainly they do have a role, and we welcome their support.
So usually, right, if you're like going really fast on the highway, you have a highway trooper sitting around with a gun, waiting to see who is speeding. Does the MTA police sit around the railway crossing to see if anyone is trying to rush through that area?
When we see an uptick in violations or issues, they do go to those crossings. But the resource for 296 crossings is something that currently doesn't exist. But they do assist with us, and they do work with us with regards to enforcement, and local law enforcement is also part of this. So it's a combination of MTA resources, local enforcement, and education too, Senator. We have a very aggressive program with regards to getting into schools. We want to catch younger people when they're in the formative ages. And we need to remind them that how you properly and safely cross the grade crossing, whether you're walking or driving, there is no reason to try and beat or go through or around the gate. And that's something that we need to continue to focus on. Education, new technology, engineering solutions, and enforcement. It's really all of them. And then we've heard about the fourth one, elimination, and that's something that is very important, and we're happy that we have those 7 red crossings being eliminated.
Since this tragedy occurred, have you deployed any of the MTA police to certain dangerous railway crossings to monitor them?
The MTA police is constantly going to different grade crossings, so they have folks that go to crossings, they have folks that go to stations, and we actually have MTA police on our trains patrolling depending upon the situation. So as different needs arise, they work with us, and they deploy staff to do that. We do have dedicated MTA police in and about throughout our system.
In 2018, do you know how many tickets the MTA police gave out to drivers who were trying to go around the gates?
I can find out that information, Senator.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Thomas. And our thoughts and hearts go out to those who were killed in that tragic accident and injured. And we were extremely appreciative, and we're all grateful for the first responders for their aggressive action and attention throughout the years. Thank you again to all my colleagues who have asked such poignant questions. We're going to wrap it up here. We appreciate President Ng and Mr. Weaver and your team for your responses, for your conversation, for your input. This is a conversation. This is ongoing. This is just the beginning. Although it seems like we've been at it for quite some time, it is just the beginning. We have many decisions to make and much more input to be had. So once again, thank you very much to my colleagues from Long Island for board here today. So once again, thank you.
Well, thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for your support, and we look forward to continuing the dialogue.
Next, we will hear from Supervisor Laura Gill.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank all the elected officials who are hosting this hearing this afternoon, or we're almost in the evening moving. I'd like to welcome to Long Island, the committee's chair, Senator Kennedy, thank you for being with us today. And I thank my colleagues in government, Senator from Long Island, and MPs for being.
Close those doors, please. There's a little rowdy out there.
I thank my colleagues in government, senators from Long Island and Queens for being advocates and being vocal about improving services on the Long Island Railroad. I echo your sentiments, thanking the ladies and men of the Long Island Railroad and all our first responders who did such an amazing job responding to the tragic events that unfolded in Westbury this week. So many of you know this, Senator, I'm not sure if you're aware, the town of Hempstead town sounds very quaint, but it's actually the largest township in the United States. We have approximately 770,000 residents. We're more populous than 6 U.S. states. The town depends very heavily on the Long Island Railroad and the 34 stations that are dispersed throughout the town of Hempstead. Hempstead is a very densely populated suburban community, and our residents rely very heavily on the railroad as a primary source of transportation, public transportation. The level of service that's being provided is clearly a very big priority for my constituents. I echo some of the complaints and concerns about service issues that have been already articulated very well by this panel. Certainly, as a former commuter to Manhattan, I know that overcrowding is a huge issue for me and for people commuting to and from Manhattan each day. After a long day running around Manhattan, having anxiety and not knowing if you would be able to sit down, if you would have to train surf the whole way home, is something that riders shouldn't have to face in light of the cost that they bear to ride public transportation. Also, cleanliness has, of course, been an issue. However, as I said, you've articulated those concerns very well and have been advocating for those service issues. The primary reason I have come here today is because just this week we heard in the news about fare increases and congestion pricing being implemented. But little has been said on how Long Island will benefit from these additional dollars. Far too many times Long Islanders have been asked to reach deeper and deeper into their pockets by the MTA, and little has been done to deliver and better service here. And I would like to suggest the following 2 things. First, as the state has committed to the development of the Belmont property, a full-service train station needs to be implemented there to handle Elmont and the Franklin Square communities, as well as the Belmont property. This will not just serve to alleviate traffic from events and other activities at Belmont, it will improve the quality of life for the residents in Elmont and Franklin Square and eliminate their need to drive to Queens Village in order to commute to Manhattan. The money generated from both the recent fare increase and the dollars expected from congestion pricing will more than cover the debt service on this much-needed capital project. Second, there needs to be a clear, definitive breakdown of how this additional revenue is going to be allocated, with Long Island having a specific percentage of the dollars allocated to station, track, and rail car improvements. The MTA cannot continue to ask for more from Long Islanders without making a significant investment in Long Island.
Well, there has been station improvement and work done at some of our stations, and we're grateful for that. There needs to be more. We have to empower Mr. Ang, President Ang, to use these additional resources to continue to improve our rail system here. I thank you for your consideration, and I ask my colleagues at the state level to continue to advocate for these two changes that need to be made. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. And I'm very much aware of the importance of Hempstead, because my colleagues have made me very aware.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'm just thrilled that everybody here in Hempstead is a Buffalo Sabres fan. This is great.
I will not comment on that tomorrow.
Yeah. For the record, Robin Leonard comes from Buffalo, so he's on loan. But we're going to kick it off. Chairman Connery has some questions.
I'm just excited that you're excited about the Belmont Park section, that you understand the need for it, and that we're going to work together to make it happen. As you know, Senator Kaminsky and Senator Kaplan are in favor of it. My district borders, they have said I could take in about 90 homes in the Belmont community. The residents of Belrose, Queens, and Belrose, Queens Village came by. They're all excited about the need for a full-service parking lot. I know the developer wants a full-service east-west station at Belmont Park in order for the developers to ensure that they can get people to come to their events. So I'm glad that you're on board, and I hope that you will continue to raise your voice as much as possible so we can see that.
Absolutely. It's critical for the success of the project, and it's critical to alleviate traffic, and it's critical that these residents in Almont and Franklin Square have a means to get to and from Manhattan.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. I'm really glad you articulated those positions, and I think it's important for us to echo our agreement with you. It's very rare that a project will touch on the districts of 3 different senators. This one does, Senator Kaplan, Senator Connery, and myself, and we are all unified in our position that having a full-time east-west station that services both east and west is important. I think if you're, say, an Islander fan in Huntington, you shouldn't have to get in your car to go to the game. And we all know if we're going to rely on automobile traffic to do that, it's going to create tremendous problems and will not lead to a successful project. So that has been our position, our public position, something we're pushing for and hoping to accomplish, and something I think the community really deserves if this project's going to be hopeful it can be. And secondly, we this week made our position on congestion pricing clear that we would like to see a dedicated revenue stream for Long Island NICE Transit, and that in the next month is what we are going to be pushing for. And I'm really glad that even colleagues who aren't from Long Island, such as Senators Connery and Liu, are fully supportive of that, as well as Andrea Stewart-Cousins, our majority leader, who echoed her support in our statement. So we're clear on our mission. We have a month to go get it done this weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Kaplan.
So as you stated, Belmont project is really hoping to be a very good project for the whole community and for Long Island. But there are a few steps that really have to come through for that to be a success. One of them is having a full train station. We really have come out and been very big advocates for that. It's really important for the residents in the surrounding neighborhoods, but also more for the project itself to be successful. So please know that we are advocating very strongly for that. And I think Senator Kaminsky said exactly how we feel about congestion pricing, and we want to also be the community that reaps the benefit and to get a much better transportation, much better ride for all residents. Thank you.
Senator Warren.
I think it's already been said. Supervisor, thank you for coming. I concur with everything you said, as my colleagues just restated, and appreciate you coming out.
Gosh, I wish my board meetings could go.
We all got right.
Senator Brooks.
Just so it's clear, everyone is absolutely committed that we get a fair share of the money in congestion pricing. And we recognize fully that our mass transit system in general needs better ways to come. But we, as a community, will contribute to the revenues in that project, and therefore we have to get that. So there's no question here. We're all committed.
Thank you, Senator Brooks. Anybody else? So, Supervisor, once again, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here. You brought some wonderful points. Congestion pricing is something that we have been taking head on in our Democratic conference. We are taking it with great responsibility. We recognize the complexity of it. This past week, 3 days that we were all together in Albany, we have 3 nights of meeting. We will all be back on Sunday and follow-up meeting in Albany to continue the conversation on congestion pricing. I want to recognize the governor for rolling out the initial conception of congestion pricing and getting the conversation in a real aggressive fashion. One thing that I can tell you is that in those meetings, my colleagues that are here in front of you have made it very clear that Long Island deserves its fair share, equitable share of resources, its proportional share of funding that it rightfully deserves. That is absolutely 100% part of the equation. So I will leave it at that. Again, Supervisor, thank you for the graciousness.
Thank you so much.
Next, we will have Teresa Ward. Oh, my apologies. Assemblyman Chuck Lee. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Senator, but I'm just here to learn and listen. Thank you.
Hold your applause. Next up, we have Teresa Ward, the Deputy County Executive Commissioner, Suffolk County Economic Development and Planning. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, colleagues and other committee members. So I'm the Deputy County Executive. I'm the Commissioner of Economic Development and Planning for Suffolk County, and I'm here to speak to you today on behalf of Suffolk County Executive Steve Malone. County Executive Malone sees public transportation services as critical to the county's ongoing efforts to improve mobility and shape land use and development patterns toward generating jobs and sustainable economic growth. Transit service provides access to jobs, schools, and essential services. And our public transit vision at Suffolk County involves supporting major Long Island Railroad investments, connecting the Long Island Railroad to new fixed-route bus rapid transit service, and bolstering existing Suffolk County bus operations, which together help focus growth around transit stations and benefit our regional transportation network. Suffolk County is steadfast in our commitment to public transit, especially through Suffolk County Transit bus system, which we operate. However, system-wide costs continue to outpace available state operating funding, that's the STOA funding, and that puts pressure on the county's budget and local taxpayers. A review of funding allocations highlights the funding disparities between Suffolk County and Nassau County. In Suffolk County, $40 million of our $77 million annual bus operating budget comes from local funds, while Nassau contributes $4 million in local funds towards its $123 million bus budget. At the same time, Suffolk receives far less STOA funding, $26 million a year versus Nassau's $68 million a year. This is a continuation of a trend that's persisted for years, and there is a great need for increased operating assistance for the Suffolk County transit bus system. The county executive was in Albany this week outlining this concern and sharing that we had cut routes in the past and advocating for the same percentage of state funding that Nassau County receives on an annual basis. With the additional funds, we would be able to provide a greater level of service and expand our ridership while while filling many service gaps such as later evening service, increased frequency of service, and additional Sunday service. Today's service ends before 8 p.m. on the 26th of the Suffolk County Transit's 42 bus routes and ends after 10 p.m. on only 6 of those 42. There is no Suffolk County bus service after 10:30 p.m. So citizens that rely on public transit or that work, for example, in retail positions and need to work later hours or attend a night class at community college will end past that service time. This greatly impacts those that need reliable public transit the most during non-peak and unconventional hours. The frequency of Suffolk County transit service must be increased as well, and to make it more reliable to attract and retain riders. Only one Suffolk County transit bus route has a 15-minute interval. The rest have 30 minutes or 60 minutes or greater. The county is also looking for the future and the implementation of new mobility options. We are well on our way toward implementing bus rapid transit systems along Nichols Road and Route 110 corridor to increase that north-south mobility and connect the 3 Long Island Railroad lines. We are also planning new travel modes to provide last-mile transit services in lower density areas. The Nichols Road BRT project is part of the county executive's Connect Long Island initiative and Long Island Innovation Zone plans. It's a multimodal corridor that will connect Stony Brook University south to the Long Island Railroad Algonquin Station and down to Patchogue. And the BRT will include bus lanes, traffic signal priority at key intersections, a specialized branded bus service, attractive streetcar-like stations, and an accompanying hiking and biking trail. This will create a premium transit service with improved north-south mobility to encourage increased transit usage and improve connections to job centers and Long Island MacArthur Airport. Improved transit service is also important on the eastern end of the county. We support efforts to open a new train station at Brookhaven National Lab in East Yaffay. This new station will connect the lab to the Nichols Road corridor, Stony Brook University, and Ronkonkoma by the Long Island Railroad and the Nichols BRT. Better service to the Nichols Road corridor will in turn provide connections between Stony Brook University, the hospital, Suffolk Community College, St. Joseph's College, and promoting collaborations with other world-class innovation assets here in the region. The county is also advancing design for our high-speed, high-frequency BRT on Route 110 in the western part of the county, connecting Amityville train station to the main line at East Farmingdale, State College, the Melville Employment Center. And the Route 110 corridor really is the economic engine for Suffolk County. It employs an estimated 10% of the entire Long Island workforce, yet its future growth is threatened by increasing congestion during morning, evening, and even lunchtime rush hours. With Long Island Railroad investments such as second track, third track, and east side access, there's potential to tap into the New York City workforce as well to bring business from New York City to Long Island through increased ridership capacity and reverse commuting. However, this reverse commuting potential can only be realized with the new Ronkonkoma branch station on Route 110. While local efforts for a comprehensive rezoning of that area have slowed, we still believe market demand for redevelopment of those underutilized parcels is high. Therefore, we continue to support the proposed reopening of the Republic East Farmingdale Station, both as a catalyst for transit-oriented development and a major intermodal connection to the Route 110 BRT. The implementation of BRT on Route 110 in Nichols represents a major capital investment for which we're actively pursuing multiple sources of funds. However, we recognize the true costs of providing frequent, high-quality service are not the one-time capital outlays, it's the ongoing operations and maintenance, which can be significant. However, from the standpoint of removing single-occupancy vehicles from the road, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, providing a more efficient and attractive commuting alternative to an emerging workforce, and making Long Island competitive, funding for ongoing BRT operations is also imperative. Lastly, I would be remiss if I did not bring up the matter of congestion pricing. We all agree that there's a desire to decrease the reliance on automobile trips to and from New York City, especially from Long Island. No one would dispute that there are real tangible benefits to the concept on paper, from reducing emissions in the air we breathe to developing a mechanism to fund transportation investments. The issue, however, is that such a plan cannot be shouldered on the backs of working and middle-class Long Islanders. Suffolk County shares many of the same concerns that were recently outlined by our Long Island State Senate delegation, and it's our hope that these concerns can be addressed by policymakers in Albany. In conclusion, the aforementioned testimony highlights the progress that's been made and the progress that can continue with further investment in the Long Island transit system. It's my hope that the information provided today will assist in helping to foster a strong and vibrant discussion about these very important topics. On behalf of my executive one, I just want to thank you, Senator Kennedy and Connery, and the committee members for leading this meeting today. It's really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. And we're going to open it up to the senators here. And Senator Warren.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the county executive. As a senator who represents 50% in Suffolk County and 50% Suffolk County, I'm not going to get into the issue of who's not getting enough. Quite frankly, both counties are not getting enough, and to fix that, we certainly need to bring Suffolk County at least up to par with what NASA and quite frankly what a lot of other communities are getting. You know, we hear a lot during this discussion about congestion pricing and some of the issues with the MTA, particularly from some of my city colleagues, about transit deserts in New York City and the inability to get to a convenient bus or subway station. Well, on Long Island itself, we got plenty of transit deserts. We have entire towns and villages. So those buses are very important. And I'd like to make part of that the fight over some of this congestion pricing funding as well. Whether or not we can get there, I don't know, because obviously the Long Island Railroad getting money for that is the key component of what we're pushing for. But could you describe what some of the capital costs would be if we fully tried to build out this system of these connecting buses, stations? What would be some of the capital costs you would have?
I don't have that information in front of me, but there's the Route 110 BRT, our cost estimate is in the $40 million range for the BRT on 110.
And that would include buses?
Yes, that would include buses.
Okay.
And I believe that the plan for that would be a 10 or 15 minute, I think it was a 10 minute or 15 minute wait for a bus. They call it the headway. So it would feel a lot more like a streetcar where you're seeing when it's going to arrive and you're waiting on a platform, but it's actually a bus. And the Nichols Road, I don't, again, have those numbers, but it's in the $120 million range, $110 million. I could get that.
And would you also want to include bus shelters? Because a lot of Suffolk County stations, people just hang out in the rain.
Yes, so the numbers I just gave you were to implement BRT on Route 110 in Nichols. So a county-wide bus shelter, that number I would need.
Okay, but that would be part.
That's not part of the BRT. That would be in the they do shelters as they can get funding. That would be a very large project.
Thank you very much. Next, Chairman Connery.
Thank you for your testimony. I just want to reemphasize what Senator Garland said, that we need to get some specific numbers as quickly as possible so we can put in our overall discussion. I do want to advise folks that the money that is to be, even if congestion prices hit its goals, it's not enough to deal with this day with repair. We really as a state need to look at how we come up with other revenues so that we can fund all of the mass transit improvements that need to be done. And while I am understanding of the need for everybody to say they want a piece of congestion pricing money, it's not going to be enough to meet everyone's needs. So I would advise folks that in a realistic world, that we're going to
solid understanding with regards to the bus situation that we have to look at, some of the other points you made. And I agree with you, I think that bringing back the East Farmingdale station can do a great deal to relieve the congestion in that area and provide an alternate means of transportation for a significant number of people if we put that station in and get a bus system running up and down like that. So we thank you very much for being here today, and we appreciate the county executive's discussion we had with us the other day also. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Deputy County Executive, Commissioner, and please give our regards to the County Executive. I will mention also that the County Executive, both in Albany and here on Suffolk, has been a great leader, working very closely and collaboratively with each and every one of us. So again, thank you to him. Next up, we're going to hear from Anthony Simon, General Chair, Smart Transportation Division. Welcome, and thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy, Senator Convery, for making the trip out to Long Island. In my 29 years, this is the first time I've seen any Senate hearing like this, holding the railroad accountable, and we appreciate that as workers. I thank the Long Island delegation for stepping up and really coming out for the Long Island Railroad and making a difference here. It means a lot to all of us. Before I get started, I too, obviously there's a lot of empty chairs up here, but there's a lot of support that I'd like to recognize from all the labor leaders that have attended this hearing today. All Long Island Railroad labor leaders are in attendance, which speaks volumes as how much we care about the Long Island Railroad and its move forward. TCU Chairman Billy DiCarlo and Nick Caruso, Smart Yard Masters Mike Neely, IAM Billy Hunt, BRS Tommy Shen, URSA Joe Cateridge, BLE&T Kevin Sexton and Eric Martin, and CFO Mike Stone and Dean DeVita, IBEW Ricky Sanchez and Jeff Klein, Smart Sheet Metal John Keating. Those are all of the leaders of every union that comprises the Long Island Railroad. So first, I would like to say thank you again and touch real quick on the tragedy in Westbury. I was there 10 minutes after the incident. The most horrific accident I've seen in my 29 years. We dispatched over 15 to 20 union officials on their own time to go and assist and did an outstanding job. But the crews, the police department that stepped up to evacuate the train, to help the commuters get to a safe location was second to none. Then to continue on, to remove the train by the rec crew, by the track department, to fix the track, the third railman, the signal maintainers. Everybody stepped up and had a job. This is the fastest turnaround with an incident this bad that I have ever seen in my 29 years. So the kudos really does have to go to the working men and women. I was out there for 2 straight days. It was nothing more than a miracle. So I just wanted to recognize that. I would like to thank, obviously, the State Senate delegation. It is extremely important that all parties interested in improving the performance of the Long Island Railroad recognize the role that the hardworking, represented workforce plays in achieving success, and the challenges they face caused by circumstances beyond their control. Long Island Railroad employees often take the brunt of bad press and social media scrutiny for disruptions and delays that are most often caused by poor planning, overachieving goals, and lack of overall management preparedness. My testimony is not intended to point blame at management, but it will clarify the importance of recognizing the experience and institutional knowledge that our labor organizations can offer if they are included and tapped into for assistance and guidance. There is no way to dispute that the work experience and knowledge of our workforce and union leadership far exceeds a young and growing team of managers, which we encourage the millennials to step up and get involved in railroading. But help yourselves by tapping into experience. In this room, there is hundreds of years of railroad experience. The first point that needs to be made is clarification that work rules are not an obstacle in improving the performance on the railroad. They are often reported by the media and highlighted by management as a reason for lack of progress, Work rules have always existed on the Long Island Railroad. Have we blamed work rules when performance and service has been above goal and received high marks over the years? Or when we have safely delivered on an expansion project ahead of schedule? Do we make mention of work rules during service disruptions such as derailments or major storms while workers work side by side to restore service for our customers in all elements with pride and efficiency? Work rules are negotiated between management and labor mutually. Management has the ultimate control to pull out work and abide by these rules, while union members adhere to the same and often can suffer consequences if not followed. Work rules protect craft-specific work and protect worker safety for both management and labor. They should never be viewed as an obstacle or a reason for poor performance. The next point I would like to make is where the railroad is choosing to put its resources. Our customers often take issue with the cleanliness of trains or stations. The need for more train service or better maintenance along the right-of-way to improve the reliability of the system. Who do we think the railroad should hire to take on these responsibilities? A lower-paid craft worker that performs these work functions or a higher salary manager to supervise, create metrics, and formulate statistics. The Long Island Railroad has chosen a path to increase its management team and neglect its rank and file workforce, choosing to hire more managers who often are tasked to work with hired consultants to oversee efficiencies and practices on not getting the real work done. We need to hold the railroad accountable in prioritizing the physical work our customers will see immediate results from in the field. Rather than create layers and layers of management, we need to hire workers that will perform the work functions our customers want to see. With this expanded management team filled with layers of experts and a variety of management titles and specialties, how can we still hire consultants? We don't have our own experts? Indulge me in reading the list of management titles that, in most cases and most departments, carry multiple in the same role. Senior vice presidents, vice presidents. Senior directors, directors. Deputy directors. Chief officers, deputy general managers, general superintendents, superintendents, lead managers, managers, assistant managers, general foremen, master mechanics, chief engineers, assistant engineers, principal engineers, project managers, and I can go on. Senators, if we took 100 management positions and converted them to cleaning jobs, I assure you that our customers would see a noticeable improvement in cleanliness of our system, while I guarantee that those management roles will not be missed. Furthermore, management mistakes come with no consequences. While our workers endure company trial and discipline for their errors, managers need to be held accountable as well. The Long Island Railroad needs to restructure its headcount to prioritize craft work. The concept is plain and simple. We need fewer bosses and more workers, and we need oversight from you to make sure that is done. Major disruptions such as storms, accidents, or unplanned infrastructure failures are often the reason for immediate and residual delays to service. You can rest assured that workers are usually instantly on site or quickly called to these events to restore service no matter the time of day or of the week. Management is on call and often dealing with these incidents from a situation room or a command center. Totally oblivious to the true elements and circumstances of the event. They have expectations and make decisions from an unrealistic perception, and that's if they are even prepared to make those difficult real-time decisions at all. The workforce just waits for guidance and directives needed to get the work done. Then, when all is said and done, management spends money on consultants and lessons learned, audits rather than beefing up the frontline workers in the field. It seems this railroad prioritizes on pictures, posts, and tweets of what progress is being made rather than digging in and prioritizing the dirty work that needs to get done. We are becoming a railroad of deception and false promises. The Long Island Railroad needs management to own its values, stop blaming union workers, stop relying on outside contracts and consultants to carry the burden. Yes, I am tired of going through these cycles of blame while our workforce is out in the extreme cold or heat answering the bell when called upon. A very common phrase on the railroad is, hurry up and wait. Hurry up to get to the site and be ready to work to rectify a problem or provide service, or wait for managerial decisions or for the resources needed to achieve the necessary task. These issues are equally frustrating to our workers as they are to our customers, because railroading is in our blood. It is our way of life, not a passing job or opportunity. Senators, I started as a station cleaner 29 years ago, and like so many of our members, I worked my way up through the representative ranks. While doing so, I watched management positions grow and grow over the years, and as a labor leader, I have a proven record of prioritizing our customers and working with administration after administration to improve and change when necessary. I've worked with 4 governors, 5 MTA board chairs, and 5 railroad presidents. While labor recognizes the need for the constant adjustment and improvement, what should never change is the priority to properly staff the routes in the field. We also should not rely on outside contractors and consultants to take out responsibilities in-house of running a railroad. Management has to be held accountable for leading the way, and I assure you, labor will continue to do its part in delivering what is needed as long as they are given the support and resources necessary to get the job done. To wrap up, I would like to briefly share some photos of the sacrifices, challenges, and risks our membership experienced throughout their careers. This is an example of the dedication to the Long Island Railroad. In your first picture, to your left, you will see a train that cannot even be navigated through safely. As Senator Kaminsky has pointed out over and over again, and we've had numerous conversations, the red circle is a conductor stuck in the middle, could not get safely to a radio if need be, if there was an emergency. Same as the bottom and same as the top. That's just absolutely uncalled for. It can be rectified. But again, the lack of communication with the union leaders is absolutely uncalled for. In my 29 years, I have never seen communication break down between labor leaders and this team. In my 29 years, I've never seen it. I am willing to help. Every labor leader here is willing to help. When we get the call after the fact, we read about it in the papers like you do about what's going on. The app that they discussed, we knew nothing about it until 2 days before the app was rolling out. The time for East End service that we represent, engineers operate the trains, conductors are on the trains, we repair the tracks. We knew nothing about the South Fork service until they mentioned it at a board meeting. Communication is broken down with the most experienced people in the industry, and that is the labor leaders who have the hundreds of years of experience. Your second picture, it's an accident that occurred, and the gentleman has given us permission to use the pictures. He went flying through on a derailment. His career is now ended. His career is ended shorter than he would like. The top picture is an injury of a man's hand who's almost severed. His career is ended. These are our sacrifices every day, but yet when we had the Tuesday incident, nobody stopped. They kept coming. And I'm very passionate about it because it's the truth. We love what we do, and we're not being recognized. I had to do a press conference today to recognize the men and women who stepped up for Tuesday. And it's, when you hear of all the customers, we get it. We supply support to them. We're the front lines. But did you hear Mr. Eng once say anything about his relationship with the unions? It never came up. Did you hear him say how he tapped into us? No. It's to a point now where we're frustrated, we're upset. So the next photo you'll see, these are 2 lost lives in the line of duty. Michael Olin, tragically struck by a train in a work site. Russell Deachek, tragically electrocuted. We come to work to go home to our families. And this is what's happening. And this is what has to be seen. We put our heart and souls into our jobs. People have lost their lives, lost limbs, and could not go back to work. These are the derailments that were in the west side. And if you look at that middle picture, the trackmen, the wreck crew, everybody stepped up. Those ties had to be cut into pieces manually to support up that train. We did not have a crane that would fit under the tunnel. We had to borrow a crane. Why don't we talk about the supplies that are needed, the tools? And Mr. Ang keeps saying, we still don't have that crane today. It's still not there for the wreck crew, a low-level crane to get into the tunnel. We have to wait for another railroad to give us a crane. We're spending money on consultants. $900,000 went to a homeless group to check out the homeless and to consult on how many homeless we have in the stations. We have to consult now those consultants who are sitting in the car and not checking on the homeless. We have ticket agents, we have managers and branch line managers that are in those stations. Let them report when there's a homeless in it. You just save yourself $1 million. It's as easy as that. This is just some more pictures of train accidents, truck accidents. All you'll see is an incident command of constant flow of employees, whether they're on duty or off duty, coming to the scene to either rescue or get the service back up and running. Senator Gorin talked about the consultants. We have expertise here. We have. We've hired managers who are making $250,000 a year. What are we hiring them for? I thought they were the experts. They were railroad professionals. So why are we spending millions of dollars for people to consult $250,000 a year jobs? It's mind-boggling. I can't emphasize enough the feeling of the rank and file. You can go out and talk to the rank and file, but Phil didn't mention that when the rank and file get asked a question, they ask him, did you talk about a union? Who would you rather have as a partner? The 10 unions that are sitting here today that know the job, that want to help you succeed? Or do you want to roll out different projects over and over again without consulting us? We're not looking to make you fail, and this is what I told you. But at this point, there is nobody closer to this operation than the union leaders who are out there every day looking to make them succeed. There's no communication centers. There's none. There's zero. It's after the fact. I have never testified in front of the state senate to put down my own management team that works in the Long Island Railroad, ever in my career. I'm here today because I'm that frustrated. I've never come here with all these union leaders and men and women who are working on that scenery here today to say that we are at a loss. We need your help. Hold them accountable. There are smart people in the labor organizations. They have great ideas. Don't call us after. If you don't notice, I just see one. The whole team of management. We gave them the respect and listened to the president speak and all his team. Where are they? They left the building. That's an insult. You have one manager here, and I'm sorry to point them out, but you know what? He's the CTO. He grew up through the ranks. He's here. He's like, thank you for being saying. I mean, I've got 50 people here. Listen to his whole statement. That's an insult. So, in closing, there is, we don't fill positions in management, Phil said. We use a different matrix. You know what the different matrix is, or whatever it is? If you want to give a manager a raise, and you can't give him a raise, you give him 2 more employees to work under him. He gets hay points. He just got a raise. We have to negotiate hours. Okay, so there's plenty of ways that they can go around. They move a department over here, and then they take those people with the same salaries and move them over here. You haven't saved any money. You just haven't. And I'm sorry that I have to attack so much on the managers that probably some of them came up through the ranks as well. But I honestly believe that a lot of them who can't speak are just as frustrated because they're in fear for their jobs. Okay, I've had the phone calls from senior managers. I've had them. If you don't adhere to the way that they want to do business, you have to worry about your job. I don't have to worry about my job. I care about the customers, we care about the commuters, we care about this railroad, and we want to move forward. So with that, I will thank you, and if there's any questions.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Simon. Thank you for your very intelligent, thoughtful testimony, passionate, heartfelt testimony. To the other men and women, the organized labor unions, the workforce that operate the Long Island Railroad each and every day, we thank you. We are indebted to you. The community is indebted to you. The residents of Long Island, of our entire state and nation are indebted to your work each and every day. And we owe it to you to get this right. We are absolutely obligated to make that happen. To again address the tragedy from Tuesday, Mr. Simon, and those of you that were on the front lines at that tragic accident, again, we're very, very grateful for your service and working so hard and so quickly to restore service. And again, our thoughts and hearts are with those We need to address these issues. We need to address them aggressively. I think the one thing that really stood out to me, I'm sure each and every one of you probably feel the same way, I'm sure feel the same way. Mr. Simon, when you referred to the ridership as our customers. That's very important. Because I recognize that the workforce works as a team. And the management has an obligation to work with you. And the experts on the Long Island Railroad are those that are making it function each and every day. So you have a Democratic Senate that is listening. We need you to continue to work with us to get the message out on the needs that you are seeing on the ground each and every day. And we're going to work with you to fix this and ensure that we get it right for generations to come. So again, I cannot thank you enough for your testimony, the work, and your leadership. Chairman Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Simon, for your statement. I think it's very passionately delivered. It actually has disturbed me to a bit to understand that the management is not sitting down to labor to come up with a strategy that makes sense. I'm surprised actually that the management is not sitting down to labor to figure out work rules and work projects and how to find the best way, the smartest way of doing it. It's really doing this a little there. And I would hope that working with you and working with all of the labor leaders that we can address that. It doesn't make sense to me that the people that are most intimately involved in the system and making things happen are not being consulted as the top and primarily being consulted other than finding outside consultants. I've never liked consulting. I think the system wastes too much money on it from top to bottom. Listening to you, especially about the homelessness, somebody can go and count. Anybody can count. I mean, it's a little ridiculous. So I would hope that we can sit down with you in depth and go down on some of these things some more and make sure that we are giving you the opportunity to be heard. It doesn't make sense to me that the primary people that are working on the system is not being heard by management. So I don't want to be repetitive, but what I would like to do is work with the Long Island delegation to make sure that you have those avenues. To me, it only makes sense that the system is run by a collaborative effort between the people on the ground and the people in the executive office. Because one of the things that the governor highlighted was the fact that we had all these people working and making $250K. We didn't know what they do and why they exist. I think that we highlighted a lot of it. And, the more that we can talk about it in specifics, the more that we can get rid of it. So it's really not helping the riders. They're only passing paper among themselves. So we really need to figure out a way to eliminate that so that we can put more money into the system. And that was important, so I really appreciate you taking the time to lay it out. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I just want to mention, I did not notice it was on 5 minutes.
I vote. I know it's going to be great this time.
I'm not afraid to say that.
Senator Gore.
Well, I noticed that we could have kept Mr. Simon for 5 minutes and then the other 10 leaders could have spoken for 5 minutes. We got the extra hour. Mr. Simon, thank you so much for coming. And again, I think we all have expressed our appreciation to the men and women of the railroad who, as they have done many times before, but most recently was a terrible tragedy. And one of the suggestions that some of us have here is we'd like to talk to you about the possibility of asking someone to come up with all the Senate so we can properly recognize something about it. And I'm, like Senator Conley, I'm a bit disturbed by your testimony because I'm still hearing a tale of two railroads today. And I understand there's always a natural tension between labor and management. That's just the way the process works. But you were describing something way beyond that. And that concerns me. And you heard my dialogue concerning consulting. that bothered me about that was that I thought two different answers. When I asked what the criteria was for using consultants, one was that where we lack the expertise, and the other answer was, well, we have the expertise, but we need the depth. So I think we really need to drill down on that, figure that out. When we're looking to possibly go to our constituents and the men and women who ride the rails, that's every day or on occasion, for more money, we better make sure we're not wasting one penny. And that's a big concern of mine. And I mean, we do need to do a lot about the homeless in our stations. That's always an issue, an ongoing situation, and a tragedy. But I'd like to see that report that we spent $900,000 on and what we're going to implement. I don't know if you know anything about that.
All I know is that they were caught sitting in cars and weren't going up to the stations, and now we either hired or we tasked management to oversee the consultants who are overseeing the homeless. We just throw money away left and right, and I am sure, like I had said, the idea would have been brought to me. I would have said to them, we have managers that are in those stations, they're called branch line managers. Walk upstairs, and we have a homeless in Montauk. Pick up the phone, we have a homeless in Montauk, reach out to the homeless stuff, or whoever it is. That's very simple. But we had an extra $900,000 to just throw away. We also had an organization who had offered ways of saving a couple $1 million. And regardless of that, he brought it to the attention of senior management, and I believe the president. It's now over a month, we're still waiting to hear back. If you're telling me you could save me $2 million, you're going to get to my office quick. It's not happening. That's the disconnect, and that's what's so frustrating, and that was the TCU. Just call us, we'll be there. We'll be there to discuss anything you want that'll help save or help better the service. We don't want a picture of a conductor stuck in the middle of a train, and God forbid, an emergency. There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go. I mean, it's just, we do have good ideas. We're railroads. Take it from us. We're not looking to do it for our own benefits. That's for sure.
Next, Senator Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Simon, for your testimony. I too also want to thank the men and women of labor who literally make our trains run day in and day out. A lot's been asked of you already, and I certainly agree to support those lines of questioning. I always feel that, you hear from management, you gotta hear from the unions, because management doesn't always tell you everything that's going on. They, in their testimony, the MTA officials talked quite a bit about this design-build process. Wondering if you and your fellow labor leaders have any thoughts about design-build.
I will say that since bringing General LIRR on board, I negotiated the whole third track, double track with our brothers from the IBW, Rick Sanchez and Chris Natale at the URSA and our sheet metal counterparts. And I will say that General LIRR is heading in the right direction. I think he's made a lot of changes, and a lot of good changes, I will say that. So I commend people when they need to be commended, and I think he has communicated with me on numerous occasions before setting forward on a mission that could backfire. And I think we're going in the right direction. We have a lot of work to do, but I do believe that putting General LIRR in that spot, he's breaking apart the pieces that needs to be broken apart. Where do we go from there? I at least have dialogue.
Okay, well, somewhat unexpected, but good to hear. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Liu. Senator Gross.
I was amazed to hear that Bill did not show your members the respect he should have. When I thanked him for what was done before, that was meant to your members. Other hats that I wear over the years, I've responded to many incidents of railroad, and every time, you folks are on the scene and doing what has to be done. I think it's important that we listen to you more. The fact that communication is not there between labor and management explaining there's a lot of split-second decisions that have to be made to rescue people and how to go through things. And, what was done by your people to get people out of those trains, to restore the service and the kind of thing that was done, if there's a gold medal, you guys deserve it. And I think, as somebody said, it's like a tale of two cities here right now. And that's something we have to give a lot of consideration. And I know that some of the success stories, and we talked at the one station, you guys are very much a part of that success. So we all said thank you for what you guys did the other night. Thank you for what you guys do. We do poorly saying you guys help keep the railroad on the right track. I think, as you all said, we need to listen very closely to what you have to say. So thank you for today, and thank you all for what you did the other night.
Thank you, Senator Brooks. Senator Kaminsky.
Thank you for your passionate statements and your work on behalf of those you represent working out there in the cold and the heat, day in, day out. And I'm acutely aware that labor was, the labor movement was really built on railroad workers, from day one. And, it's a defined condition that's continuing. Just want to say two things that bring me a couple sentiments. The first is it would be an honor to have the men and women that you believe, worthy of commendation in Albany to, on the Senate floor to reflect our appreciation of their hard work. And second is that, until that dialogue improves, you have this body. And you have a chairman from Buffalo and a chairman from Queens who have very explicitly chosen to make Long Island a priority. And when you think we need to be looking out for something and then asking the railroad why something is or is not working, we were happy to listen and do so. And, using us as a filter and where we could help come to our own decisions about what we need to press, but we're here to do it. And at the end of the day, we don't work for anyone other than constituents who put us there, and that's the same people that you serve. And obviously, things are not working. You don't need a Newsday report about, the worst on-time performance in 19 years to know that there's a problem. You don't need a weatherman to know where the window and blows. And I take a train every week, and I don't walk and get a seat. And, I kind of travel incognito, no one cares, except me. And, but I know what's going on. There's something obviously wrong. And of course, when people aren't getting seats and getting through, people aren't able to check tickets because you're not an octopus. You don't have 8 hours. You can't get through, and that's revenue we're losing, and we're in the cycle that we're going through. So we're here to listen, and we are here to take your criticisms and concerns and turn them around and try to get positive results.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Simon, once again, thank you for your testimony to the men and women that work each and every day. Thank you once again for everything you do and for all of those that you represent. Please extend our gratitude, a heartfelt gratitude for what is going on each and every day to make this system function. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I just real quick want to emphasize that this was not an easy thing to do, to come up here for all us labor leaders to take pride in this organization and take pride in this work. This was not an easy thing. And our phones are available and our doors are open. We're not closing.
Well, we need you, and we look forward to that continued conversation.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
Next, we are going to hear from Assemblywoman Judy Griffin.
Okay, I didn't realize there was too much to say. Follow that. So I just want to first start off by saying I'm Assemblywoman Judy Griffin. I represent Assembly District 21, which is from Freeport to Lynbrook, some of the areas north and south of there. And it's a really high volume commuter area. Before I go on though, I just want to thank Anthony Simon and all of the Long Island Railroad unions and workers. That was a really informative and passionate testimony, and I really appreciate it. And I could have added one more I know for a fact that my homeowner does not always protect their workers' transportation. So I'm just here to speak really on behalf of the commuters in my district, which are many. And while I worked as staff for Senator Todd Kaminsky, I was usually the person that brought all the railroad issues to Senator Kaminsky and his chief of staff, Hallie Niles. And it's ongoing. Now I'm a representative, and you know, people are really fed up. Well, fed up is really kind to say, because it is just too much. It's too much for them to spend $297 a month, and then it's insulting that the railroad would then say, now you should pay more. When you're not providing service, and you are, you know, asking people to be private trains that are unsafe. You're asking them to sit and wait. Sometimes the loaning houses are closed. Sometimes the platform isn't even plowed or taken care of. And on a daily basis, you can, I can go onto this commuter page and find all kinds of information out. And also people will tag me and ask and say what's going on. People also email me. And people move into, especially move into Western Nassau County because of the short commute, of what they think is a short commute. And it's problematic if people can't get on trains, can't rely on trains. Trains are canceled, trains are delayed, usually without any notification. So this is all a really big issue, and they're fed up, they think, why aren't there elected officials doing more? Well, our hands are kind of tied because there's so much bureaucracy. And it's really interesting to hear the perspective from the unions, because it does seem like there's an awful lot of money that's wasted by paying consultants when we have so many experts right on the job. So I would love to see more of that, because then maybe more money could come back to the commuters, you can have better service, and people wouldn't object so much to what they go through on a daily basis, and sometimes not even want to take the train anymore, consider driving because of the commute. And I know that Anthony gave some pictures, but I also have some pictures, because every day I get sent pictures. So again, these are pictures I'll put here, and I'll just show again, it's just crowded, long railroad trains. Trains that people pay $300 a month for, but yet they're like a subway car. And if you paid $3 for the subway ride, and it was only a few blocks, this wouldn't be so bad. But you're on this train for 40 minutes, sometimes longer. This isn't only Rockville Center, this might include people from Baldwin, Freeport, might include further out east. And on a regular basis, people can get on 5:15, 5:33, 5:14, 6:15, 6:17, 6:32 in the morning. You cannot get a seat. It is a rare day that you can get on a train in Rockville Center, Baldwin, or Freeport and get a seat, because it might have started out in Massapequa and the train's full. And then once in a while, if the train starts in Freeport, you might get a seat. But pretty much, people do not get a seat. And these are people that have commuted for 20 and 30 years. Only in the last 2 years is it they can't even get a seat. And so every day you're faced at that early time in the morning, not even getting a seat, and often at night, same thing. It looks like this. Regularly. It's not like an exception, it's always like this. Here's some more. Sometimes people even end up going into stand in the restroom, because there's no room anywhere. And then when they get off the train in Penn Station, it can look like this. And it's really dangerous because some of the platforms are really narrow. And people have said they're really scared to get off the train and have, like, what if someone knocks them over into the track? And these conditions on a train, we can only imagine what could happen in Westbury the other day if Westbury was experiencing trains a load like this, where people don't have anything to hang on to. They're often scared because there's nothing to hang on to. They're just standing there hoping that the support of the people hold them up. And this is every day. And I mean, I really feel bad for people that commute every single day. My husband is one of them. He commutes every day for 30 years. And a ton of his friends do, all from Rockville Center. They've been paying the railroad every day. It's a fortune if you add up what the people I know, just in Rockville Center, the people I know, it's a fortune what they've paid. And now at this point, they can't even get a seat. Pregnant women can't get a seat. People who are injured can't get a seat. Sometimes the elevators don't even work for people who have an injury or a handicap. So it's really a big issue, and I've been at 3 meetings since I've been elected. I was at meetings while I worked for Senator Kaminsky, and you always hear kind of the same thing. The same thing can happen over and over. Simple repair at Rockville Station, Rockville Station, they had to repair the pilings. They repaired the pilings like maybe after a year and a half, and then they forgot to caulk it. So it's all leaking again, creating ice. Rockville Center Village has to go out and chip all the ice because people get injured. And then every time you go to a different Long Island Railroad meetings, usually they have a different engineer in charge. That's kind of convenient, because then you can never wonder why that didn't happen the correct way, because it's a new person now. So it's just ongoing, and every time I do go to a meeting, I find I don't really hear any real response that can help the commuters, because in 2 years or in 5 years, some people might be retired, some people will move out of state. They would like to see something now, and now the only thing they're seeing is an increase in their fare. That's it. The only thing they're saying is increase in the fare. That's the only change that's going to happen presently, increase in the fare, not anything else. So that's my testimony. I thank you all for being here. And again, I thank all of the railroad workers who do work so hard and do their best and really don't ever get people to say thank you. So thank you very much. And thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much, Assemblywoman, Senator Christie.
You can see why I sent the assembly member to meetings on my behalf. But, we look forward to working with you on this. Obviously, the assembly has a very important role to play. Obviously, every dollar that goes to the Long Island Railroad is something the assembly has a great deal of control over as well. And we all have to work together as a team. And, Mr. Simon said this was the first LIRR-centric meeting we've seen in 29 years. We have new cops on the beat, so to speak, and we intend to take it very seriously and look forward to it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator. Next, we would like to have a chair of the Long Island Railroad Commuter Council, Marcus. Good evening, Senators. First, let me start by thanking you for coming to Long Island. Welcome to Long Island. For those of you who are from out of town, we welcome you. We hope you have a nice stay. And maybe be interested in some Long Island iced teas afterwards. I'm 20 minutes away.
Are you paying?
No comment. My name is Mark Efti, and I'm chair of the Long Island Railroad Commuter Council. Created by the state legislature in 1981, the Long Island Railroad Commuter Council is the voice of Nassau, Suffolk, Queens, and Brooklyn Long Island Railroad riders. I come before you today to speak on behalf of those beleaguered riders. All we are asking for is a safe, affordable, and reliable way to get to where we're going. Unfortunately, significant past disinvestments have left the system and the riders in a precarious situation. The MTA board passed fare increases this week, hitting Long Island Railroad riders while it's especially hard. The increases in both our monthly fares and Metro cards, as we usually do both. And not to mention, we also have the additional cost of parking fees. I can tell you, for instance, in my particular station, for a discounted mail-in ride card, it's $464 a month. And then the parking garage is $70 a month. So if you have 2 people commuting out of a home, double that. So I come here hat in hand to plead with you to find new sustainable funding sources and save riders from bearing the brunt of years of disinvestment combined with bureaucratic bloat. As riders and rider representatives, we support the plans put forth by the current presidents of the MTA operating agencies, including Long Island Railroad, forward. It is critical that funding be identified to modernize signals, upgrade infrastructure, improve safety by increasing inspections across the systems. These improvements are not a wish list for riders, but are fundamental needs to ensure the railroad's viability. These investments work, and we are already seeing improvements from projects like Double Track. In fact, I see them on my commute. Now, the upgrading system is reliable. The additional track allows trains to keep moving during an unplanned incident. Unfortunately, incidents like the fatal crash on Tuesday are an example of what can cause delays, and we want the loss of life. And once again, we publicly thank the Long Island personnel, emergency personnel, and even down to the bus drivers who showed up to help our riders get home safely. To ensure that the needs of the riders are heard by priorities being set, we hereby renew our request that the 3 rider representatives who sit on the MTA board be given a vote. Currently, each of the 3 community councils that make up the BCAC, the Long Island Railroad, Metro North Community Council, and New York City Riders Council, have a state Senate confirmed representative on the board. However, we have no right to a vote. We can sit at the table, but we can't eat. To regain the riders' faith that the MTA board hears them, give us, the legislatively mandated representatives, a vote. Also, we all know Amtrak owns and controls Penn Station. That the Long Island Railroad is the biggest user of Penn Station, which makes its use the largest stakeholder without any input. Although it is a federal agency, we are asking the state Senate to support our continued call for a Long Island Railroad community to be appointed to the Amtrak board. Currently, there's no one from New York, New Jersey, or Connecticut sitting on the Amtrak board. We also asked for a seat at the Regional Transit Committee, if enacted, which was proposed by the governor earlier this week. We share your concerns about the exclusion of representation from Long Island. The proposal has a representative from subway and for driving communities, but nothing from Long Island or Metro North areas. And we appreciate the concerns you voiced about adjusting pricing. Long Islanders need assurances that funds will come to Long Island Railroad. We do agree with and have sought for years lockbox services to ensure that these and other revenues and funds set aside for capital projects are not diverted to pay for other operating expenses. We believe that having a strong, full-time, independent leadership of the MTA is the first step to reinstill confidence in the agency. We are hopeful that a new chair will be appointed soon. It will help guide the restructuring that is being considered already underway. However, we do not think that any restructuring has to fit to an arbitrary June deadline, and as for a longer, multi-step approach, leading to a well-thought-out proposal with input from stakeholders. They say that desperate times call for desperate measures. These are desperate times, and now's the time to look at every possible revenue source. The Long Island Railroad and MTA as a whole need to do a better job of capturing all the values in proximity to the transit paths. Agreements with developers, better use of Long Island Railroad-owned land, can net significant sums for the agency. Mechanisms already exist for these type of agreements. They should be expanded. At the same time, debt service is through the roof. Borrowing money that is not backed by income takes a huge chunk out of the MTA's operating budget. And the debt is expected to grow up to $3 billion over the next 2 to 3 years. The next capital plan must address the MTA debt issue and start figuring out ways to ratchet down debt. It is clear that the MTA must do its part to regain the trust of the legislature and the faith in the parties it serves. The New York region is built around a robust transit system. It's critical that it remain the driver that supports our growth, vitality, and identity. Now, Long Island railroads are doing their part. Despite the problems, ridership is up. So we ask the state and the MTA to help riders so we can continue to use the Long Island Railroad now and into the future. Thank you for coming again, for listening to us. You're on Long Island.
Mr. Epstein, thank you very, very much for that testimony. One thing I will share with you is that my colleagues here on the island and throughout the 13 counties served by the MTA have been very, very clear that they want the riders represented and they want that voting up. It's absolutely a part of the ongoing discussions that we're having as we're looking to resolve this systemic issues. The other piece of that, I would say, is the lockbox that we are all discussing, and we all recognize the importance of that as well. So, points well taken on the rest of your testimony. I'd like to recognize Senator Tompkins.
I'm not sure if you caught our statement as a delegation this week that if there's going to be a capital review committee and it has a subway rider representative, that it should also have a representative from the greater MTA metro region. Are you in agreement with that?
Yes, hopefully it's just an oversight. Which we can correct it.
And second, as someone who has the kind of, I'll say, objective position, looking at having watched Mr. Eng testify and Mr. Simon testify, what is your best understanding of the breakdown between management and labor and input going from the people on the front lines up to bureaucracy and whether it's being received.
Well, I can't tell between regular and management, I can tell that Simon and I constantly communicate, and he's very receptive to our
So you're getting in
ideas.
touch with each other?
And we also have an open door with Mr. Eng, he does actually come to our meetings, which is a new system, what has been done for the completion of our meetings every month, lays out what's going on. There could always be improvement between the hearing and the doing, and we are working on that, so that our suggestions will be not only heard but implemented, and we look forward to making that happen.
Okay. Please also let us know what's going on so we could be advocates as well.
Absolutely. Thank you for all you do. Thank you very much, Mr. Epstein. I think we are all set. Next, the Chief Executive Officer of NICE Suffolk, Jack Zaus.
Close, Mr. Kennedy. Kazoos.
Kazoos. That was not close.
After 55 years of various pronunciations, I'll take that. I'll keep my comments short. It's been a long but productive day. My name is Jack Zeus. I have the pleasure of serving, the residents of Nassau County as the general manager of the bus system here in Nassau County. Every day we transport close to 100,000 people on our fixed route buses. We also serve the Able Ride community, the paratransit community here in Nassau County by providing 1,400 rides a day on the paratransit system. So overall, we cover 1.1 million miles a year and provide 26 million rides a year to the residents of Nassau County. 50% of our residents transfer into the MTA system. They transfer into Flushing, they transfer into Jamaica, and into the Rockaways. So we are really a network, and that's one thing that I'm really here to talk about more than anything else. Without a strong MTA, you can't have a strong Nassau County transit system, you can't have a strong Suffolk County system. We are one system that ties in and moves tons of people every day. Again, those numbers, when you think about the MTA or the Long Island Railroad transporting 80 million people a year, here's a bus system that transports almost 30 million a year. Quietly, silently, every day on our roads, 1.1 or 1.2 million miles every day. We are fortunate in Suffolk County that we have redevelopment going on right now through transit-oriented development that we're all very, very fortunate to have. We are also happy to have the Belmont Racetrack redevelopment and the Hub project redevelopment. I'm happy to say that we're involved in both of those large projects and giving our expertise in BRT systems connecting Mineola, Westbury, and Hempstead, to name a few of the stations that will be connected into the hub. So we're working both with the county and with the developers to ensure that transit is part of that so that we can support job growth and job creation there. One thing also that we need to talk about that we really haven't spoken about much and is we all heard Long Island Railroad's growing. Somewhat what we forgot to mention is where are all these people going to park? How are they going to get from their homes to the station collectively? How are we able to save cars on the street? Currently, there's an estimate that says our service saves about 50,000 cars every day from traveling on the streets of Nassau County. And let's think about that for a second. Flooding our streets the way they are now with 50,000 additional vehicles certainly doesn't make a lot of sense. How are these extra people going to get on Long Island Railroad? That's where the network comes in. We connect to every Long Island Railroad station in Nassau County. I thank you for your support. The support in Albany from the governor and from the team here has been very, very strong. We appreciate that very, very much. But what we need, and what you've heard a few more times, is we need a dedicated revenue stream so that we don't have to have service levels that yo-yo up and down every year based upon funding levels, and that's what happens. Every year we assign the funding levels or the service levels based upon the funding levels. So a dedicated revenue stream that allows us to plan for the future is really the way to go. It makes more sense than anything else. We also heard about the new fare payment program that the Long Island Railroad or the MTA is launching. We are also part of that program. We're the MTA's, one of the MTA's largest affiliates. 50% of our customer base uses the MetroCard now to transfer into the system. As the MTA transfers into their new system, we will also transfer it into the new system. And so will Suffolk, and so will Westchester. So we will literally have a great united network of folks all transferring in and out of the system. Over the last few years, we've been very innovative. We actually launched mobile ticketing and GPS bus location 5 years ago. It took us 2 months to launch, from conception to launch, and it's been a great success. We also do local micro-transit last mile solution. Port Washington is a great example of that now, where we've launched a Port Washington shuttle that takes people from their homes to the train station and meets them at the train in the evening and takes them back home and alleviates 40 parking spaces a day. Those are the types of things that we can do over a long-term planning process, but those take long-term planning. To have that long-term planning, we need that confidence that funding will be there year after year after year. Again, we're very, very fortunate. We have your support. We've had in the past, and we appreciate that very much. But what we're looking for is, again, some predictability in that. Our capital needs have been met, but they're quickly being outpaced by vehicles that are past their useful life and facilities that are past their useful life. Technology that needs to be upgraded, and now with the advent of new technology, what we don't think about is who's maintaining that technology. So those are costs that, besides the 65% it's labor that has to be accounted for year after year. What I envision for Nassau County is a network, as I said, a network of connectivity and mobility that allows our seniors to stay in place, allows our young people to stay in place, and allows them options. Multimodal, you've heard that term a lot, and that's what we want to get to. With our partners in Suffolk, with our partners in Westchester, and of course with our partners at the MTA. My hope is that we look beyond just 1 year at a time and figure this out. I'm glad to hear about congestion pricing, and hopefully we bring some of those revenue streams back to Nassau County, to Suffolk County, and also beyond just the Long Island Railroad. The bus system needs that support also. So with that, again, I said I wanted to make it brief, and I'm being brief. So,
right on point. Thank you very much, Mr. Kazoos. I'm going to turn it over to Senator Todd Kaminsky.
Thank you. Just want to make a quick point. I know politicians often throw around compliments at each other, but I think it's really warranted. When Senator John Liu is in Albany, he's a powerful voice. He was a citywide elected official. Everyone knows his financial background. The fact that he is here in the evening hours to listen to Nassau Bus, I think it's a testament to his commitment to public service. And it is important to us. Everyone expects Long Island to fight for Long Island. It's a great word. Long Island people want to get it right. But to have someone from outside Long Island who understands the situation on the ground is very good. I just want to thank Senator Liu for his time.
Thank you, Senator Kaminsky.
All right, so first, I'm the chair of the Environmental Conservation Committee, and I would like to have a plan to have the greenest bus system possible. We know municipal, a green bus is like taking 100-something cars off the road, right? And I want to know how we could help provide a pathway to do that, what you see as the vision to that, and how we can get from here to there.
So, fortunate for Nassau County, our fleet is entirely CNG. It's entirely the compressed natural gas fleet. We were the first natural gas fleet in its entirety in the nation. We are looking at alternatives for electric vehicles, for combo electric diesel vehicles. Our issue is, like the Long Island Railroad, our vehicles are packed in the morning. The N6 that travels down Hempstead Turnpike carries 18,000 people a day, and it's standing room only. So we need, obviously, more capacity. When we have that kind of capacity in our weather, technology is just now keeping up with it. So now, we are just now being able to find the technology to be able to handle that battery drain and not have intrusive midpoint charging stations along Hempstead Turnpike, which no one really wants, nor do we have the room for it. So in a situation like for the hub, for example, when we do our BRT and we our proposal for our BRT from Mineola to the hub, those are all electric vehicles. What we're looking for is finding those vehicles on the road. So
Can we work on a plan?
yes, and we have a plan, and I will certainly forward it to you. So
Now, can we talk this year's budget?
yes,
All right, so I think the executive budget, you're getting $4 or $5 million above last year,
above last year, correct.
But what do you want?
That's a careful. Ideally, and I'm not looking to get torques in the mouth, I'm very thankful for that. That allows us to keep service levels to where they are, correct, right now. We do not have to reduce service.
So any dollar over that is, you want to do what with it?
It's frequency. We're all talking about frequency. 5 of our biggest routes currently are running on 10-minute or less frequency, like a BRT or like a subway. There are no schedules. You walk out on the street and within 10 minutes or less, a bus will be there. The residents of Nassau County entirely deserve that kind of service. We want to expand that service. We want to add more weekend service. We're seeing bus growth, ridership growth on the weekends. We don't have enough service there. We need late night service to take care of our healthcare workers and our retail workers and our off-shift workers, and we don't have that. We do run 24 hours a day, but we need more service in those areas.
So any money the Senate and the Assembly are able to add back in the budget, you got a plan, expanded service, expand your capacity, but that's all operating.
That's all operating. Currently, we're about to exercise an option for another 10 vehicles that will be delivered by the end of the year, which will allow us to put that service in. We also have smaller vehicles coming in. We've right-sized our fleet. So we have 40-foot vehicles, we have articulated buses, and we have smaller shuttle type vehicles that are 28-foot. And those we turn very quickly. We had an option for those, and we have 5 coming in April. So we're looking to put those on the street as quickly as possible.
Okay, the last few years, we obviously lived through some route cuts, some tougher times.
Right.
I've been in this long enough not to make promises that not entirely in my power to be able to fulfill, but you have a group certainly committed to expanding on what's in the executive budget. We just wanted to know that there is that there's a plan there to do that, and then once, hopefully, we're able to give you the resources that are above and beyond what is currently planned, which is what our plan is. We'd love to work with you to figure out where that works, be a partner with you in letting people know about that. And obviously, like I said, as the chair of NCON, mass transit is the answer to so much, and clean mass transit is the answer to so much. So we have to work together on that. And I wish every municipality, would have the ability to plan out how they're going to be able to green their fleets, right-size their fleets, and figure that out. So I'd love to be a partner going forward, and I appreciate your work. So I appreciate you. Thanks, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Kaminsky. Senator Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that ever since I was a kid, I've been watching these NICE buses go through the areas that I've lived in Northeast Queens, although I don't think they were called NICE buses at the time.
The Long bus at the time, yeah.
Right. And I've in fact taken the bus. I guess you can only get on in Queens, you can't get off in Queens.
We'll take that one again. Well, it's actually the opposite. You can get off in Queens, you can't get on.
Well, no, if you're going eastbound.
Right, eastbound, exactly, yeah.
Anyway, really nice buses, really nice police.
Thank you for staying. Appreciate it very much.
If I knew those jokes were coming, I would have never called out.
I'm sorry, yeah. Thank you, guys.
Senator Goldman.
I just want to say that I concur with my colleague, Senator Kaminsky, and with all of us in the SFL, we should work together towards meeting the funding needs.
I will say this, I don't want to take up any more time, but I will say that I think we're on the verge of something in Nassau County with transit. I really do. I think we've evolved and used a lot of technology. We have one of the most advanced command centers in the country, and we've been in the forefront of everything. We just need to continue that, and there's a shift there that's happening. That paradigm shift, that shift is coming, and I think we just need that support. Thank you, Senator.
Chairman Conley.
Thank you for coming and sharing your concerns with us. I wish you were running the city transit buses. I would be curious I'd like to come and see your command center. Work that out.
We'll put you in the simulator.
Okay.
everyone's fighting at dollars just to keep service from being cut, but I think County Executive Laura Kerr's work behind the scenes is the reason why this executive budget is already a really great place to begin with. And her commitment to NICE Bus, I think, has just been tremendous and has helped us all get on the same page.
Thank you, Senator Kaminsky, and finally, Mr. Jesus, let me just, first again, thank you for your testimony. Also recognize the importance of your work. I believe it's absolutely imperative that we expand the ability for you to serve the people of Nassau. When we discuss transit deserts and last mile and issues that are coming to our attention as we are talking about a holistic, systemic approach to dealing with the MTA in the long term, I think it's essential that you are at the forefront of these discussions. So we look forward to our continued conversation.
Appreciate your time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you once again. We are all set. Next up, we are going to hear from Steve Levy, the Executive Director for the Center for Cost-Efficient Effective Government. Did he leave? Okay. Next, then, Bill Schulman, the Director of Tax Relief Now. Allison Blanchett, Executive Director of Long Island Streets. And after that will be Cheryl Stewart, Leaders of Riders Against Congestion. Is Cheryl here with us? Okay, great. Thank you. And after that, Seymour Spiegel, Transit Director. Thank you for joining us. Allison Blanchett.
Hi there, Allison Blanchett. I was going to bring you all a copy of my statement, but I left everything in my Uber on my way over here, so you can share this if you'd like. Senator Liu, I'd like to thank you to start off with for recommending the useless $5 bicycle pass be stopped. What?
The repeal.
Yes, the repeal. Thank you for just removing that altogether. It's probably my favorite comment of the day next to Kaminsky's proposed fingernail cutting legislation. That's quite amazing. So if you would stick around afterwards and take a selfie with me, that'd be great. Senator Anna Kaplan, who's not here anymore, she spoke about parking issues at a station or stations in her district. And parking is a massive issue at a majority of Long Island Railroad stations. But I'm talking about bicycle parking. Not just a few token bike racks thrown in a corner, but we need bike racks that are placed in safe, conspicuous places. Advertising, bring your bike here. Shelters over the bike racks. So people who commute in the rain or snow don't have to have wet seats. It just makes sense. So I would ask Senator Kaplan and all Long Island representatives in this room to spend more time on bicycle infrastructure and more resources to increase bus services so we can remove the need for so much space dedicated to subsidizing storage of idle metal boxes, cars. Mr. Epstein, I'm not sure if he's still here, he was talking about how he spends $70 a month to park at his train station. Well, Mr. Epstein, perhaps he should take the bus instead of driving there, although the price of our monthly bus passes are going to be going up with this recent fare hike, because what happens is NICE always bumps prices up whenever there is a fare hike to match with the Metro card. Is that guy still here? He might have left. Okay. So our NICE bus fares are going to go up. That's not good. That's very unfair. The fare hike, Long Beach resident Nora Egan asked me on Facebook a few minutes ago to tell you she cannot afford that hike. I want to talk about congestion pricing again, because you're not talking about it nearly enough. Just kidding. But what I would like to do is I'd like to challenge you to stop looking at congestion pricing solely as a revenue generator, because it's so much more than that. Decreasing congestion in New York City, a place where thousands of Long Island residents work, visit, and play, will help address a public health crisis, save lives, and help curb motorized vehicle use, which we can all agree is important considering our climate crisis going on, climate issues. I do appreciate the senators who want to make sure that we get our fair share of the congestion pricing revenue. And I was reading on the 10-point plan that it's not just the congestion pricing revenue, but there's proposed use of cannabis excise tax, internet sales tax, and all of that added to it. And yeah, it's important that we get our fair share.
Do you guys know how much the expected revenue from Nassau County and Suffolk County residents to the congestion pricing will be?
They have to broken down by.
Okay, I read about 8%. So Long Island's contributing, expected to contribute about 8%. Now, I read that on Streets blog, and I trust them. So the thought of congestion pricing being held up by Long Island representatives in the face of a public health crisis that we have on New York streets, really, it's a little upsetting as a Long Island resident, and knowing that the expected revenue from Nassau County and Suffolk County residents might not exceed 8%. But I do appreciate the efforts. I just hope you know I'm going to hold it up.
And Ms. Blanchett, but in terms of hold up, it's either going to happen on April 1st or it's not. So it's not like it could have happened last week.
Right.
I think we all see a way to get it done and get it done next week.
Okay, oh great. I appreciate that.
When you get a chance, the proposed consolidation can mask accountability and potentially make New York City Transit and the Long Island Railroad less autonomous from the whims of upstate legislators. Finally, safety around Long Island Railroad stations doesn't have to fall directly on the Long Island Railroad. I encourage you all to, NICE Bus is actually really good about this, partner with local organizations, take advantage of GTSC funds and their programs as well as NHTSA, and partner with just local organizations and nonprofits to work on safety messaging. That's really it. Would anyone like my notes?
We have you on video.
Oh boy.
Thank you very, very much. Ms. Blanchett, we're going to hear from Senator Dorn.
Well, thank you very much for all that information. I appreciate it. I just want to respond concerning Ms. Epstein, who is no longer here. I can tell you for a fact, since he lives in my town, that there is no bus at all that he can take. And that's part of the issue that we had when Steve Malone's representative was here. There just are really not sufficient buses to bring people to the Long Island Railroad.
Pardon me, Senator, didn't the NICE person, whose last name I'm not going to attempt, say that there are buses going to every single station?
That's in Nassau County.
That's Suffolk County. He lives in Suffolk.
Suffolk has no buses.
Suffolk, yes.
It's the worst
Suffolk's-
system in the entire state.
It is a disaster, I will agree with you.
I just wanted to
Okay.
Just there,
emphasize
Senator
the need for
Martinez, you know.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Blanchett. Next, we're going to hear from Cheryl Stewart. Riders Against Congestion. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Stewart.
Thank you. Yes, so Riders Against Congestion is a motorcyclist organization, and we are concerned about congestion pricing plan because the governor's plan calls for what Scott Recker of the Regional Plan Association assured us would be cumulative tolls for all vehicles entering Manhattan below 16th Street. The plan supposedly is modeled on London's successful congestion pricing plan, but it's moved far away from its original intent of congestion reduction. It seems now to be primarily about revenue. We believe that if congestion tolling is introduced to New York City, we feel the plan should strive to actually reduce
traffic congestion. And the way to do that is to incentivize two-wheel vehicles. This is a proven solution. This is what London did. Because of the inherent congestion-reducing properties of motorbikes, London's successful congestion pricing plan is predicated on creating a load shift away from autos and towards two-wheel vehicles. London's planners deliberately incentivized scooters and motorcycles with 100% exemption from congestion tolling and free parking for scooters and motorcycles throughout the congestion zone. This was a congestion reduction strategy. And as you know, London's plan worked pretty well. But the London plan could not have succeeded without the mode shift towards smaller two-wheel vehicles. So to this day in London, as it is in Stockholm, Milan, every other European city where congestion pricing has been successfully introduced, all scooters and motorcycles are 100% exempt from congestion-based tolling. In contrast, Governor Cuomo's plan doesn't even offer a discount to two-wheel vehicles, much less an exemption. So Sam Schwartz, who's the esteemed traffic engineer and author of the congestion pricing plan, which we are currently considering in New York City, he wrote a report commissioned by Piaggio, which details stunning traffic reductions which should be achieved in New York City with the road shift away from autos and towards two-wheel vehicles. This is a copy of the London plan, by the way. I can provide this to you electronically. This is Sam Schwartz's plan. Traffic modeling study. He used standard tools, and he determined that load shift to 80% autos and 20% two-wheel vehicles in New York City traffic would yield a remarkable decrease in delay of more than 4.6 million hours per year, plus commensurate reductions in CO2 emissions and fuel consumption. The Schwartz study is actually widely perceived as conservative, but since it doesn't take into account that two-wheel vehicles may legally travel side by side in the lane. So the gains in the reduction in traffic would actually be greater than 90 miles. The main point of the study is that two-wheel vehicles may be a small percentage of the traffic mix, but would have an outsized effect on traffic congestion reduction. As it stands, DMV estimates that motorcycles in New York City account for 2% of the traffic. So if it were larger, it would have significant impact. So not only do we reduce traffic, we're also impressively fuel efficient. Our average fuel consumption per Department of Energy is 44 miles per gallon. 44 miles per gallon. And also according to the Department of Energy, our vehicles are more fuel efficient than the next best group by nearly double. I don't know if you can see this graph, it's kind of far away. I'll show it then. Also, according to that same Department of Energy study, scooters and motorcycles are more fuel efficient than several forms of mass transportation, including light rail, on a per-person, per-trip basis. Scooters and smaller motorcycles are popular for commuting because they're nimble and easier to manage in traffic than larger motorcycles, and that means that it's reasonable to assume that the average two-wheel vehicle commuting through New York City traffic would be among the most fuel-efficient vehicles available. One of the reasons why our vehicles are so fuel-efficient is that they're lightweight. One of the lightest full-class motorcycles is a 75cc Yamaha Zoom scooter. It weighs 160 pounds. Most of the adults in this room outweigh this vehicle. And it gets 123 miles per gallon. That's not the best fuel efficiency. The best fuel efficiency is from a Honda Grom, which can go on the highway with no problem, and that gets 138 miles per gallon. So those are small bikes. My personal motorcycle is kind of big. It's weighs 479 pounds. And it's considered big for a motorcycle. But a small car, like a Subaru Impreza, for example, weighs over 3,000 pounds. So the small car is more than 6 times as heavy as my big motorcycle.
Thank you. Can I ask you to sum up your 5 minutes?
I'm sorry. We also take up a fraction of space in parking. 6 motorcycles can park in space that 1 SUV takes up. And scooters, and the point of this is that scooters and motorcycles, the smallest scooters, still need to be plated and insured and registered. And that means that the smallest bike, the one that gets 138 miles per gallon, that weighs less than many adults in this room, would still have to pay the same punitive toll as a 6,000-pound Chevy Suburban, which does not make sense. To us, what would make sense is that two-wheel vehicles would be 100% exempted from tolls, as they do in all European cities where congestion pricing has been successfully introduced, as an incentive, because that's a congestion-reducing strategy in New York City.
Thank you. Thank you for coming, Mr.
Yeah. What do you ride?
I have a Yamaha XC1 for the street.
Is that 750?
No, it's 1,000 cc's. It's an R1 engine and made up for a frame.
I couldn't tell from your jacket, jeans, and boots. What about half price on congestion pricing? Because the tolls on the current bridges and tunnels are half price.
In fact, the MTA tolls, we pay 56% of the price at this point. But on these Port Authority crossings, we only get a 9% discount, so we pay 91% of the charge for the bridge. It's negligible, and then that's only if you have an Easy Pass. If you don't, you pay the full charge. So that means that 6,000-pound Chevy Suburban pays the same price as a 160-pound motorcycle.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Can I give you the notes?
Please. We will have staff collect that from you. Thank you very much, Ms. Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis, for coming.
Next, we have Seymour Spiegel. Seymour here with us. Transit driver. Larry Paddock. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Paddock.
Just do a hard copy of my presentation so you can follow along. Between patients staying here to get from the writers, except to hearing from the elected officials and MTA people. It's a three-way dance. It's three-way dance.
This is a public hearing. We love to hear from our writers.
We're going to hear.
Thank you very much.
By the way, Chefs in Buffalo is a great restaurant. I'm up there in business.
All right.
Where?
Chefs in Buffalo is the most inexpensive Italian restaurant. It's family-oriented. Great lunch specials. I highly recommend it. Big fan of Buffalo.
On the Buffalo latest this month.
Right square by district, and you just cost me dinner with that stuff.
What do you mean, just a little?
You're all, come on, all you new leaders, y'all join us. Dinner on me. Mr. Paddock, thank you for your patience, thanks for being here, and
The greatest issue facing Long Island Railroad President Phil Pang is dealing with ongoing Penn Station capacity and operational problems, along with the successful completion for installation of positive train control. His predecessors were unsuccessful in resolving these issues for decades. Ongoing cancellation and combining of trains due to problems in East River tunnels and other portions of the system will continue for years to come. There's no room to run any additional trains in or out of Penn Station during rush hours. It's operating at 100% capacity. There are numerous competing proposed new services looking for non-existent rush hour Penn Station platform tracking East River capacity. I'm on page 2 in order to save you time. They all conflict with Governor Cuomo's request for the Long Island Railroad to create frequent service from Penn Station to New Belmont Marina. Metro North wants new service from the New Haven line via the East Bronx to Penn Station, and down the road on the Hudson line from Poughkeepsie via the Amtrak Porter Hudson line. Long Island Railroad has plans to expand on Concord Branch rush hour and reverse commute service on most branches upon completion of mainline third track and east side access to Grand Central Terminal. Governor Cuomo wants new frequent Port Washington branch service between Penn Station and Metz-Village Point Station. There will be significant conflicts with existing subway Long Island Railroad riders. Why would travelers with luggage and those with children attempt to squeeze 40 packed number 7 rush hour subway Long Island Railroad trains? You'll need 6 trains an hour with 10-minute headways to meet his commitment of a 30-minute trip with a Bloody Air train. There are New York City elected officials who want a city-based Long Island Railroad fare to match the New York City Transit 275 subway fare. Imagine thousands of new riders attempting to board Long Island Railroad trains at Queens Station, such as Little Rock, my station,
How many trains will have to make additional clean stops to accommodate these riders? How many additional trains will have to be added at rush hour? How much additional time will be added to Nassau and Suffolk commuter trips into New York City? Cuomo also wants a one-seat flight from Penn Station to Grand Central Terminal to Kennedy Airport. Some Queens residents are on page 3 want restoration of Long Island Railroad service in the old Rockaway branch, which suspended service in 1962. The governor now wants Amtrak to study the possibility of initiating service from Long Island to Penn Station onto the Boston and Washington by Northeast Corridor. Amtrak and New Jersey Transit want to expand Penn Station service. Neither the $13 billion no-frills Gateway Tunnel versus the $29 billion full build-out or $1.6 billion Moynihan train hall or any new additional Penn Station tracks or platforms. This results in no capacity increase in any new rush hour Amtrak, New Jersey Transit, Long Island Railroad, or Metro North trains to serve Penn Station. Even with future completion for positive train control, mainline third track, and east side access to Grand Central Terminal, assuming these dates hold, it will still be impossible for Long Island Rail to accommodate most of what I've just outlined. Many of these new services were never assumed during the planning process of east side access many years ago. Amtrak continues to delay overdue major repairs to the 40 river tunnels until 2 years after Long Island Railroad begins service into Grand Central Terminal in December 2022, maybe. One of the 40 river tunnels can be taken into service for reconstruction. It will take 1 to 2 years to finish work on each of the 2 tunnels which suffered significant damage from 2012 Superstorm Sandy. The third and fourth tunnels are also over 100 years old and need a major rehabilitation. This would require another 1 to 2 years for each. Long Island Railroad riders will continue to face canceled and combined trains for years to come. This key project, everyone focuses on the Hudson River tunnels. The East River tunnels are just as much crisis as the Hudson River tunnels. If Amtrak does not initiate this work, which will be the case until 2025, it will not be complete until 2032. Think of that, 2032. Until this work is over, it is impossible to increase rush hour, Penn Station capacity, and guarantee reliable, uninterrupted service. The battle between Amtrak, Long Island Railroad, New Jersey Transit, and Metro North for rush hour service to Penn Station will go on for years. I have to mention positive train control, which was just completed in the Port Washington branch, still has some odds and ends to complete. Long Island Railroad failed to meet the Federal Railroad Administration revised recovery schedule of December 2018 for 100% completion of positive train control. This comes as no surprise to those of us who work in the transit industry. FRA originally mandated that positive train control be approved by 2015 to ensure safety of the riding public. I previously wrote and predicted the time extension to December 2018 would not hold. Now we recently read in Newsday that the 2020 deadline may not hold. And this is frightening. I think it's nothing to be proud of. The cat has 9 lives, and clearly the Long Island Railroad may have used the ball up when it comes to completion of positive train control. The Long Island Railroad has known since 2010 that this is needed. Complete means positive train control is up and running 24/7 on all branches and service areas. Completion for any transit project means contract punch list items, delivery and acceptance of all manufacturer components, maintenance plans, research page, and final payment to all third-party construction contractors and vendors have been met. I should tell you, resolution of these issues I think are far more important than any future fare increases. Like it or not, they're already a done deal. They're baked in. TAN scaffolding, no such things as being Long Island Railroad. I must tell you, you should not be a revisionist historian. In the 1980s, my agency, where I used to work for, provided $700 million to double the cost electrification of our Concord branch. This quote-unquote, or 16 months ahead of schedule is false. It's actually 30 years late. One of the tricks of the trade of the MTA to bring in the project on budget is to reduce the scope of work. That was the case in the 1980s when there was a debate between electrifying Port Jefferson and Ronkonkoma. They ran out of money in Ronkonkoma, so they chinched and only single track with siding. So when they tell you it's 16 months early, they're wrong. It's 30 years late. As for the Belmont Arena, which you're interested in, the Empire Development Corporation announced they'd be laying the environmental review process for 1 year. Mitch Paley, the MTA board member, said the cost of improving that station is $400 million. It's more than a station for Long Island Railroad. You need a bus intermodal facility, interlocking signal and track for trains coming east. No one's going to come from the east to Jamaica or any of the branches east of New York and then double back to the arena. It's just not going to happen. So they're going to meet their 2023 date. Further, the Empire Development Corporation is following CEPA, the State Environmental Review Process. To be eligible for Federal Transit Administration funding, you have to follow the needs of the Federal Environmental Review Process. Why they're doing it, I don't know. I suspect they don't want oversight from people like myself who used to work for the Federal Transit Administration. The same game was played with mainline third track which was 600 million 15 years ago, a billion, 1.5 billion, 2 billion, 2.6 billion today. I strongly believe the Long Island Railroad and MTA followed CEQA and not NEPA for mainline third track, which penalized them, made them ineligible for federal funding, which I think is a mistake. It's ironic that no one from the MTA talked about the role of the Federal Transit Administration. I worked there for over 31 years. We approved approximately $1.4 billion in grants every year, and it's split approximately 75 to 80% for transit authority, the rest for commuter rail. You may want to consider that split as a basis for the split for congestion mitigation funding. I would strongly urge you to get a better understanding from the MTA of the role of the Federal Transit Administration and their financing the capital program is extraordinarily significant. Besides the $1.4 billion in formula funding the MTA gets every year from the Federal Transit Administration, they've gotten billions more in President Obama's Recovery Reinvestment Act, 9/11, and the Sandy Recovery Resiliency Program. There's a whole pot of money out there, but you have to follow NEPA, the Federal Environmental Review process, to be eligible for federal funding. So I don't know if I used up my 5 minutes or not.
Yeah, you did.
Sorry, that's how you go.
And I had called on the next speaker, you took his 5 minutes too. No,
I thought I got the 10 minutes from 2 previous speakers.
I'm just messing with you there, Mr.
It's okay.
Any questions for Mr. Penner? Let me just...
I'll just thank Mr. Penner for his ongoing advocacy on these and many other issues, including that of government accountability. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Penner, thank you. Thank you, Senator Litt. Thank you for your testimony. You provided us with a hard copy of your testimony. I would say the last 3 to 5 minutes was not in this testimony.
Yes.
If you could get us that in writing or some aberration of it, it would be very helpful to us because I think you hit on some key points.
I will. I strongly believe that we should not be a transportation event for revisionist historian. What I heard today from some of the MTA people was being a transportation historian. With the changeover in MTA leadership every 5 years, I've been working with them since the 80s. No one remembers the history of these transportation projects, which have evolved and taken decades, and there's no accountability. When they talk about reorganization and saving staff and procurement modifications, check the archives of the MTA board meetings and Newsday. They've talked about it on and off for 35 years. Been there, heard that. They're saving $2 billion. That's fantasy.
So, Mr. Penner, the point I was going to make is that I think you bring up some good points, some strong points. You clearly have your act together. You as a historian, can base some of the decisions that we're going to be making on the history. I think we can use your input. So I would like to get that in writing, again, as it pertains to the secret process that you say needs to be strengthened into the NEPA process. I think that's an extremely relative and important point that we need to press upon. I think you should be proud of the fact that we just appointed an extremely strong representative to the MTA board, Sarah Feinberg. Used to work in the Obama administration, the Federal Department of Transportation, the Federal Railway Administration. She is an extraordinary woman who is going to bring a great breath of fresh air to the leadership at the MTA and will be the expert on these issues that you're speaking of so eloquently. So that should give you some confidence as well. I'm certainly optimistic about her appointment because of everything that you articulated. So if no other questions, we appreciate your testimony.
I just want to thank you, Mr. Penner, for your consistent advocacy and service on Ms. Kennedy and Gargan. Larry Penner is someone that is consistently advocating for many different issues, articulating his concerns, and almost a weekly editorial and opinion on in many of our local papers. He truly is a shining light for advocacy and consistency and making sure that his opinion is heard. I haven't seen him in quite some time. You're looking well, and thank you for continuing to be an advocate with it. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you for your kind words. If I could ever be persistent, so I left you with my business card. If you ever want to fact check anything the MTA tells you, feel free to reach out to me. And if you ever want to host a debate between myself and any MTA officials and any of these transportation projects you're dealing with, I'd be more than happy to join you. I think it might make an interesting dialogue.
Well, I think your engagement is important, and as I mentioned, getting us this latter part of the testimony in writing, as well as just staying close to us as we are moving forward.
I will. Thank you for your time, and thank you for staying to the end.
Yes, sir. Next, Mr. Paul Preston. And after that, Mr. Larry Silver. Laura Silver. Then after that, Gary Cook. Is Gary Cook with us from Keep NYC Free? Gary? Gary's not here. Ann Brown, teacher, transit rider. Ann with us. Najat Kumar. Who will be next?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Something that really never gets spoken about is I'm disabled. I have medical disabilities. I'm disabled permanently by the state. Okay? I am a big advocate in Suffolk County. Speak with Senator Martinez. She knows me from the legislature in Suffolk County. And just on a quick note on the buses, I took every legislator on a bus ride with the transportation commissioner because unlike Nassau County that has NICE bus, in Suffolk County there are 3 different bus companies that run out in Suffolk. And just to give you one quick thing, when Mr. Balone was talking about the BRT and on Nichols Road, when he cut 10, 12 buses 2 years ago, the bus that ran down Nichols Road was the bus that was cut. So I leave it at that. Okay? My name is Paul Pressman, and I'm a private transportation advocate for people with disabilities. I personally am disabled with several medical conditions. I live just east of Babylon Railroad Station. Been disabled since 2005. Are you aware that there are at least 5 railroad stations that are not ADA compliant on the Babylon line? Okay? There are no elevators at Lindenhurst, at Copay, at Amityville. So you've got to go into Nassau County to get on a train if you don't live by Babylon and you're disabled. That is ridiculous. When did the ADA go into effect that this thing had to happen? And now they're talking about in the 2020 capital project? Not for nothing, but I would assume you're all aware that every single municipality in Nassau and Suffolk County that has a railroad station pays money every single year out of our taxes to the MTA for station upgrade. Is an elevator not an upgrade? Does it not go up and down? What does it take to put in an elevator? And the brand new elevator they put in Wanta, just so you know, it hasn't worked for 6 months. I think it may be working now. Amityville, I could have had a million different lawsuits against the MTA for trying to walk up those steps. I have congestive heart failure. Do you know how many steps there are? They finally got an escalator there. And by the way, because I don't have a car right now and I have to take public transportation, I just came off the train at Freeport. They have a sign up there. The elevator is out of service at Freeport. I go to Freeport for a simple reason. When I go home tonight, if I take the train home from Freeport, I will never have to pay a ticket. I get on that train every single day. And as long as you get on a train after Jamaica, you never have to pay. Because the conductors never come down. If there was a disabled person there that had a guide dog, would you like a picture, a video of a guide dog almost being shut by the doors closing because no conductor looked out the window to see if there was somebody getting on the train? I work as an advocate with the transportation director of SILO, which is the Suffolk Independent Living Organization, which is the resource center for people with disabilities. Right now, they have a pending lawsuit against the MTA that has not been resolved yet. It did not go to litigation because they want to resolve it. But these are the issues that are being had with people with disabilities. I spoke with Mr. Ng when he was out at Wyandanch. It was very nice of them to make a wonderful big station there and revitalize that whole area. Okay, that was perfect. It's very nice. Nobody uses it. They use the railroad. Nobody uses any of those stores. I've been taking buses in Suffolk County for 32 years. Okay? The buses, they have no money for the buses. Before Senator Croce left last year, he put in 3 bills in the Senate to try to get equal funding for Suffolk County. And speaking of the STOA funding, just so you know, Mr. Nice and Mr. Jack, they're getting $9 million in the increased STOA funding. Suffolk County is getting $2 million. And yet Suffolk County puts in $41 million of their own taxpayer money every year. And it's a big thing. And NICE gets $4 million. The difference is that NICE is the one bus service. Suffolk County takes their bus service and has outside bus companies bid on it, and then they operate the bus routes, but the county doesn't know what they're doing. Do you know you have the new MTA thing where you can see where the trains are coming and when they're coming? Well, they have the same thing in Suffolk County, but the county didn't make it. Suffolk Bus made it. That runs the whole paratransit system and 75% of the buses. And I understand this is an MTA meeting, but let me explain one quick thing as a disabled person. I have a disabled Metro card, but my Metro card, not every MTA Metro card can be used on a NICE bus. Okay? Because I can't afford to go and get the actual Metro card and get it refilled all the time. When I go to the subway, I get the $2.75 Metro card, okay? And it's good on all the Metro buses, but it's not good on the NICE bus. I called Nassau County. They originally told me that's an ADA violation. Now I've had conversations with everybody at NICE, everybody at MTA, and they're basically telling me that no, that's an issue. Well, I happen to have a person that I speak to on a weekly basis down at the FTA in Washington, D.C. When Suffolk County bought new buses, they bought smaller buses that the state gave them permission to buy from. They're not ADA compliant. I gave them 7 because I was asked to look at the buses before they were put on the road, and they're not ADA compliant. So, and they told me I was full of crap. And they said they didn't think that I had somebody that I could speak to in the FDA. I sent them a complaint down there. They're still now answering to the FDA about these buses, and they've already said they will never buy them again. So please understand, and like I said, Ms. Martinez and I have been good friends for a long time. Every legislator in Suffolk County knows who I am, okay? I've spoken to a lot of you on the phone the last couple of days. I am good friends with a lot of the assembly people as well. But ADA is very, very big, and things have to be done on the MTA regarding people with disabilities. And yet they still want to raise the rates. And yet they keep saying they're going to fix things. Well, this is 2019. I don't need a capital budget plan to get an elevator to be put into a railroad station. It's not millions of dollars to get that in there. So I don't understand, you know, all of this with these millions of dollars and everything else, and we can't get anything, you know, for people with disabilities.
Well, Mr. Pressman, thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to turn it over to Senator Bowen.
an absolute disgrace.
And
You mentioned just a few stations.
yes,
You're
and
right.
if you'd like to speak at another time, you know,
Yeah,
I would love to.
I would like to.
I would love to.
This has to be fixed.
Like I
This
said,
just
Mr. Stern,
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am, I'm just agreeing. This can't stay. This is an absolute disgrace.
and I
We have to be.
and I was going to say to you, Assemblyman Stern, who also was on the legislature, I know he put something in on the Assembly side to get money for Suffolk County. And he told me, when I saw him the other day, he says, you don't even have to ask me. He says, when you took me on that bus ride, he says, I never forgot. He says, and as soon as I got to Albany, that's what I did first thing. So I'm hoping the governor will give Suffolk County its fair share.
So thank you again, Mr. Pressman, for your testimony, for your leadership. One thing that I can tell you is that the issue regarding accessibility for individuals with disabilities is something that is a major priority for this conference, the Democratic Conference. We have brought it up at each and every event that we have had with the leadership of the MTA. They are committed to moving the ball forward. They have committed to us both privately and publicly to do so. It takes resources.
No, I know that.
As we are, as we are continuing to talk about ways to invest and make the system better, we all know, to Senator Goring's point, and taking a line from Senator Goring, it is an absolute disgrace that the MTA is almost 30 years behind the American with Disabilities Act of 1990. And there's only at this point 22% of the system-wide that the stops that are accessible. The MTA is working to move the ball forward again, as I mentioned. They're in the process of making 50 more stops accessible. They are committed to making accessibility a priority. And we really, really appreciate your leadership. We need your leadership and others, riders, paratransit riders, individuals with disabilities. We need you to continue to work with us to get the message out about the real-life impact. You mentioned having a congestive heart failure. We know that there was a tragedy in Manhattan at 7th and 53rd. Ms. Goodman died, but it may have had to do with pre-existing conditions and not a fall down the stairs. But what it did is it shined a light on the fact that accessibility is a major problem system-wide.
And it's worse on the subways.
And so we are absolutely bringing your message to the leadership of the MTA, and we're going to hold them accountable. And this is not a short-term fix. There's no silver bullet. This is going to be a grind in order to make sure, because you can't just make the system accessible overnight. So we have to prioritize, and we have to make sure that we get this right once again. So again, thank you very much for your leadership.
Well,
and your courage to share your personal story. It's important.
All I wanted to say was, I know it takes a lot of money, but it doesn't take a lot of money to put in one elevator at a station.
Right. So we're dealing with a 100-plus-year-old system, and again, we have to continue to drive the message forward and prioritize to make sure that we're following the law, especially as we're putting in billions of dollars into the system. So, yes. So again, we appreciate you very, very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Najat Kaur, the Vice President of Legislative Affairs at Baruch College, undergraduate student government. How are you, Ms. Kaur? Thank you so much.
I am wonderful. It's been a pleasure to hear everyone's perspectives. I came at the beginning of the meeting because this is an issue that a lot of New Yorkers are dealing with, inefficient transportation. The higher increase in the cost of transportation is an issue that students under my supervision or in my college are experiencing. So we have, at the City University of New York, we have Baruch students who do commute from Suffolk, Nassau County, and from other regions within New York State. So there was a recent Long Island Railroad fare increase, and recently the MTA board voted to increase the fares for the LIRR. This puts more undue burden on the backs of Long Island commuters. Fare increases are unsustainable mechanisms that hide the mismanagement of public funds by authorities. And as we saw with the presentation by the labor contingent, obviously this is an issue that people experience on a daily basis, as do the commuters and as do the students who rely on the system to get them to and from classes. Those within the system who do not take public transportation do not have the full picture of what is going on. So they may take alternate forms of transportation. So they don't know what's going on. They don't know the delays. They don't know the anxiety, the frustration that people go through on a daily basis. And I thank you for being here to listen about those concerns because it's very important. I commute to my college in Midtown. I attend Brewer College at the City University of New York. And oftentimes I'm caught up in the systemic delays in the system and I'm unable to get to class on time. As you can imagine, this is a very anxiety-producing ordeal to go through, and I have been noticed with my professors about that. I have been receiving comments from professors about my lateness, but it's not something it's out of my power when MTA does not bring in trains on time to get me to my class on time. I can leave an hour earlier, which I do, but sometimes the delay is so extensive that even with that early departure, I still am unable to get to class on time. And I have received similar comments from students who are residents of Nassau, Suffolk counties who do commute to Brewer College as well. I believe this perspective is a new one because students are often marginalized. We aren't heard. We are dealing with our own funding crisis in our university system. But the transportation issue is another one that gets tacked on to what we have to worry about. And I think it does impact our education through the system as well. So currently I pay $2.97 for the Long Island Railroad, and I work 2 jobs in order to make sure that I can afford my commute to college. I also have been, the Long Island Railroad is literally the train to my success. I need to be able to get to class on time for my tests, for my midterms, for my finals. And I am unable to be fully present due to the delays and the anxiety and the frustration. The psychological aspects of dealing with this train system have been extensive, both for me and students I've talked to about this issue. I've experienced disappointment time after time with its delays and cancellations at the peak hours of operation. And again, I've experienced anxiety, frustration, and anger that I can't get anywhere on time because the operations of the Long Island Railroad are handled ineptly. College students, especially as I mentioned again, who travel on this railroad are not given discounts for them to be able to fund their transportation. And it is a big issue because it determines whether or not we have to take on a second or third job to be able to pay for these railroad passes. At the same time, it also discourages students from utilizing the resources of the City University of New York for their education. And it definitely decreases our access to New York, which is the cultural capital. So it is a big issue for my generation as well. I started my undergraduate time at Brewer, but then I moved to Nassau County, and I wanted to ensure that Brewer College, which has played a big part of my success and forming me as an individual. So I wanted to continue my years there. So I used the Long Island Railroad to commute frequently. And so now I'm curious to know why there's a fare increase for such unreliable service, with the cost of food, rent, transportation, and property taxes on Long Island and the greater New York region pricing people out of the state. A fare increase is not justified. There are a lot of students who stand with me on this issue, and we can get testimonies individually to you if you request it. There are individual accounts of struggles with dealing with the delays and the systemic failure of the system. So the Long Island Railroad is putting the futures of Long Island in jeopardy because we are not able to make our professional commitments, and it's a big impact in the economic success of New York State. I don't understand why the state is so adamant about writing corporate welfare checks to corporations who pay $0 in federal taxes, but they're not finding solutions to public transit, higher education, and food justice. These are issues that my cohorts struggle with immensely. I'm sure other cohorts in New York State suffer with immensely. Food insecurity, economic insecurity, these are justice issues that need to be addressed. And I appreciate the time that you took out today to hear these issues out, because your constituents are also worried about these issues. I'm definitely curious to know why fare increases are justified, why there's no more introspection within the system, in the MTA board or the chain of operations. Why is there so much fare increase but not a lot of decision? I don't think it's appropriate to put these fare increases on the backs of hardworking Long Islanders and students who are Long Islanders, and to fund a system that's proving to be very inefficient, and it doesn't seem like money is solving much of the problem. It's inefficiency and usage of public funds. So I just wanted to bring the students' perspective to you. And I thank you for the opportunity that you gave me, and I appreciate that you have been the last remaining senators to be here, because it really means a lot, because you really value hearing constituents' opinions about what's going on in Long Island. So definitely, I want to give you props for that. So for the future of this state, for the young future of this region, for Long Island, I think it's a major issue in quality of life. And being able to afford to live in Long Island is definitely a question that I want to bring up, because we have a lot of different issues with student debt, food insecurity, economic insecurity, rents going up. These issues tie into our success as a generation. So this fare increase might seem minimal to people who can afford it, but for those who can't afford this, I really wish to amplify their voices and wish for you to take up this matter in terms of what students have to say as well.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moore. My question to you, what are you studying in college?
I'm studying political science and government.
Very good. Well, you are very good.
Yeah.
And thank you so much for your testimony. What we would like is to keep you engaged in the process, not just as it pertains to transportation
Yes.
and Long Island Railroad, but
I follow the page of the New York Senate and Assembly on Facebook and Instagram, so I definitely am keeping tabs on what the Senate is doing, and I definitely want to reach out to my senator, who is Senator Kaplan, and I definitely want to give her some things to consider about when she's creating legislation, or for her colleagues to consider when creating legislation.
we will take you up on that offer. And I know Senator Kaplan would be thrilled to know that you're so engaged on the ground here. I'd like to give Senator Moore an opportunity.
Yes.
Well, I'd just like to say that you're probably speaking for thousands of students.
Yes, definitely. We have 14,000
There's got to be
students.
so many people who just couldn't get, and thank you for being able to get here and speak so eloquently. This is something that we have to look at. We have to factor students who, as you're saying, are burdened with debt. It's very difficult to live on Long Island. Probably most students are living with their parents, which is fine, and they can afford the tuition and this on top. So, thank you for coming in, and this is something that we'll look at carefully. Just, would you know, are there any students that you're aware of since, because of the unreliability problem, have started carpooling into this?
I'm not aware of that issue, but I can get the information on that. We do have a subcommittee within our USG, undergraduate student government, tackling these very issues when it comes to rent discounts for Long Island Railroad, students who take the Long Island Railroad, and I can connect you with them also if you would like to know more about what they're doing. But I definitely believe that higher education between CUNY and SUNY is certainly something that the Transportation Committee should also think about and advocating for, because our higher education systems are grossly underfunded, and we have an austerity crisis essentially at CUNY. So I would also wish for you to consider that transportation ties into higher education in so many different ways. Access to transportation is an indicator of student success. So, like I mentioned in my testimony, if I can't get to class on time, my grades will suffer. So, the MTA needs to work on on-time arrivals and making sure if there's delays in the system that they adequately convey that to commuters, because we can't afford last minute, oh, we can't move right now, or your train is delayed, it's coming in 6 minutes, but it's actually going to be here 4 minutes. Like, the unreliability of the communication is something that the MTA needs to work more on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Ms. Kaur. And what year are you in your studies?
I am my last semester.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
You are beyond impressive, and the fact that you're so engaged is pretty extraordinary. It's clear that you are a leader, not only with your title within student government, but being here, being patient, waiting for the opportunity to address us so eloquently.
If I can add an additional comment, I'm definitely here representing the students in my college. I'm not doing this for myself. I want their voices to be heard. If they cannot physically be here, if they're working, if they have any other obligation, I'm definitely here to be their voice because that's what I was elected to do. So I definitely want to make sure that we can commit to some tangible action for students who are finding it to be a troublesome experience to commute and use the MTA system in general. Like the subways are also a problem, but the Long Island Railroad is out in the first place.
Your fellow students should consider their voices heard.
Thank you.
And very well. So again, thank you very much for your testimony, for your leadership. And quite frankly, the more students you can engage in the process, with my colleagues and I, moving forward, the better. I think it's important for students to be heard,
Yes.
for young and traditional students as well as older non-traditional students. Every time I talk about the MTA, the LIRR, the subway, the Metro North, I talk about people that need to and from work, to and from school, to and from other areas in the community. Students and performance is always on our mind, and again, we appreciate your testimony.
One last comment I would like to add. There are groups within the higher education system that do advocate for transportation issues. They're called New York Public Safety Group. So they lead campaigns on CUNY campuses to ensure CUNY and SUNY. I'm not really clear on SUNY, but they are very active on CUNY campuses. So they do take into account that the students are struggling with like, food insecurity, transportation issues, paying rent, making basically ends meet. So we do have a pretty strong mobilization on our campuses with regards to all these different issues.
So once again, we want to thank everyone for your participation, testimony. We see that there are folks that are here. This concludes at this point the active list of folks.
No, I signed the last active list.
That had signed up to speak. But what we're going to do now is open it up to folks that have not had an opportunity to get on the original list. To make sure that everyone's voice is heard, that took the time out of their busy days, their busy schedules, and sacrificed their Friday night to join us. So, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Please join us. Please state your name.
Yes.
And the group you are advocating
All right.
for. If
My name is John Mitchell. I'm a rider of the Long Island Railroad. And first of all, I just want to thank those who remained that stayed. It's a shame that the Long Island Railroad management couldn't stay the whole time. First of all, I want to give my thanks and appreciation to all the Long Island Railroad employees who worked hard to restore service after Tuesday's tragedy in Westbury. It is one more reason why the main line modernization is so important, so these dangerous crossings are eliminated. However, nobody brought up the fact, and that I wasn't happy with, the night this happened, there was no alternative transportation being provided. People were stranded trying to get home. I don't get it. The MTA has no problem raising our fares, yet can't be bothered to send some of the thousands of buses it owns in New York City to help us out when there's a service problem on the Long Island Railroad. I think this is outrageous and really shows the lack of respect the MTA has for Long Island. In general, this comes out when the committee meetings take place, as more time is often devoted to Metro North, a railroad that has much fewer problems than the Long Island Railroad. And then there's the Long Island Railroad itself, which reflects the culture at the MTA, where there's favoritism and corruption. Anthony Simon, I don't know if he's still here, but he was spot on about some of the management. No, I don't blame Philip Hang at all.
I really don't. I think he's doing a great job, but the problem is the people around him, people like Lisa Pica, there's so much corruption, there's so many problems, there's so much excessive management, and they're forgetting about the riders. For instance, these renovations that have taken place on the train, Long Island Railroads, they like to pat themselves on the back constantly about. There are stations that are being forgotten. Near Belmore got a renovation. Those stations were in fairly good shape. You have Freeport, it's falling apart, and there's no renovation for Freeport. And for Deer Park, there's no canopies. There's still a tiny waiting room and one restroom. That's not enough. And then there's the service. The main line in particular deals with constant service issues, such as signal problems, broken rails, switch problems, not to mention our trains, are often the most overcrowded. The maintenance is terrible. I've been brought up to the attention about broken railroad ties that I think are still in Mineola right now. They still haven't been fixed. There's graffiti along the tracks. There's trash. And I was really hoping when we had a new president, Phil Lane, come in, that things were going to improve. There have been some improvements. But unfortunately, some of the same problems still remain. And that's because the management around, particularly Executive Vice President Lisa Pica, they've been appointed by the previous president. They're still doing things the old way. We need to have, it's like trying to have a new captain of a ship, but he's being told by his staff on the bridge to just keep doing things the same way. And we don't get enough service, we don't have enough fair, reliable service, and I have to say, of all the speakers here, Anthony Simon really spoke very well about the corruption. It really is absolutely terrible what goes on. Depending on where you live, it will depend on how you're treated by the railroad. A ridership has nothing to do with it. Deer Park, it's a tiny little station, while Wantaw has this beautiful new station, waiting room. Everybody needs to be treated equally. That's not happening. And as far as the buses go, I'm glad the speakers did bring up the buses. Wasn't even going to mention that, but it's important because the bus system's in a crisis on Long Island. There have been cuts. People need to get around. People shouldn't be left stranded. Where more people are driving because the transportation is not reliable. It's bad for the environment. More cars on the road, more pollution, more problems. It's not good for the environment. I'm somebody who talks a lot about the pine barrens on Long Island and how we need to preserve them. And all this pollution is bad for our air. It's hurting the pine barrens. But the corruption at the Long Island Railroad, Phil Lane is, I feel, being made the scapegoat. It's not him. It's the people around him, and Lisa Pica in particular. She's always there, watching over his shoulder, making sure things are still done the same way that they've always been done. They have to change. They have to change. It needs to be changed at the Long Island Railroad, and it needs to really be a clean house as far as the management goes. The workers are out there working hard. They don't get the credit they deserve. They are the ones who would face the brunt of the riders when they complain. The riders are often taken out on the workers. It's not fair to them. It's the management. People need to push for changes in the management at the Long Island Railroad, and at the MTA in particular, because right now there's too much favoritism going on toward certain parts of the railroad, on the South Shore in particular, and on the Babylon Ranch, and Metro North. Why do they get more time in committee? Why do they get like half an hour more time? When there's a committee meeting, they run over their time limit, and Long Island Railroad gets.
Thank you so much. Thank you for allowing me an opportunity to address you today, and for being here on Friday night, here on Long Island, from the faraway areas of which you hail. It's wonderful to see you here on this very important issue, and for allowing the public to address us and the Senate on the conditions of the MTA, and to consider that testimony during budget deliberations, which will begin this month. I have faith that you will leave here today with broadening perspective and with deepening resolve to help the people of Long Island on this extremely important issue. I am extremely grateful for your efforts to be here, to hear directly from the public. Affordable transportation, as you have been hearing, is a vital part of our thriving economy, and the MTA's inability to control costs and to provide good service makes living in the most expensive region of New York that much more difficult. Finding funding sources which provide more support for upgrades and projects that get our system closer to to the 21st century transit system is desperately needed. When I was in the Assembly, I carried a bill with Senator Brooks that intended to drive funding directly home to the local municipalities by directing ride-sharing fees, which would have estimated to bring in around $24 million. More creative solutions like this need to be brought. You well know that Long Island residents are constantly under pressure from Albany to put in more than we get out. And the MTA's expanding budget is another example of how Long Island residents bear the greater burden of contributing more than we get. It's unfair that our fares are higher and that we subsidize the rest of the region. You may wish to know that I visited Taiwan recently, and I was amazed at the reliability and the sheer affordability of their public transit system, among other things. Their system includes seamless bus, subway, and high-speed rail systems. No routers are left stranded. By contrast, we live in a third world country. Further, in New York, and especially here on Long Island, the disabled community of which you have been hearing go through incredibly difficult experiences to travel. Many of the disabled are on limited incomes, yet have to devote extraordinary efforts of time just so that they can work, to live, or to socialize. They need and want to desperately to be independent at a reasonable cost. The condition of our public transportation system for the disabled is mind-boggling and it is abysmal. This is inexcusable and it is wholly against the law to refuse to comply to the ADA laws. Additionally, making it so difficult for people to move around only serves as a disincentive for people to work, and it makes it more likely that they will not be able to live an independent life. You cannot work if you cannot travel. As an example, the number of elevated platforms without elevators is an awful statistic.